getting ready, and what I'll do is I'll just hello, we're live. Welcome everybody. And I'm going to be passing over the microphone to Mr. Ben Connelly, who is here. People are starting to enter the room. Dario has been printing since 8:30 this morning. And I am going to dash next door to do a live demo at the Adorama booth, and then I will be back. But I will leave you in the capable hands. Welcome, everybody. Hi. Let me put this into... There we go. Okay. Dario, are you ready? If not, I'm going to pass over. Ben, you're on camera down in the corner of the screen, and then we've got the Lightroom up on screen. So that's what they're seeing. They're seeing the Lightroom and also you. I'm going to leave this here, and you can use that one. Okay?
What would you like me to do or say?
You hold these, I will hold that. Let me take...
So,
Sir.
I haven't qualified for sir yet.
So, good morning. Welcome. Please, yeah, I got your email, I got your file, I got your cover. So, later on, we will print yours as well. Thank you so much. So, Ben, first of all, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
During WPPI 2026. It's been fantastic streaming for hours and hours and hours every single day with so many good ideas, tips and feedbacks that we had to share with our audience. You guys, you and the other fellow judges provided incredible insightful analysis of each single file. If you have to, let's say, give the 3 main tips to our audience to summarize everything that you saw over these days, and let alone judging for the Icon Awards. If you are around here in Vegas, I encourage you, please come on over. The second hall where the gallery is fantastic, it's mind-blowing, it's very inspiring. Ben, to you.
3 tips. Gee, you've put me on the spot. I wasn't ready for this. I think with a lot of the photos that we've seen over the last sort of 3 or 4 days, I'm finding that while a lot of the photos are very technical, a lot of the times it's the simplicity of the photo and the simplicity of the message that carries the photo through. So I guess one point would be, if in doubt, leave it out. If there's something that that is there in the photo that you're not sure about, that you're conflicted about, if in doubt, leave it out. Another thing that I've seen quite a lot of is sort of excess Photoshop use to a degree. Photoshop has a lot of different tools, a lot of different things that you can do, that you can use, you can add, but you may not necessarily need to. So again, it sort of feeds back to simplicity. Everything is there you can use, but you don't necessarily have to use it. So, and I'm thinking, I'm trying to think of a third. I'm sort of like, you've got me on the spot.
Paper-wise.
I will be very honest with you and say I'm not super duper experienced with paper. Like I'm still in this business. I'm still learning so much, and I learn so much every year. But as we look through the different papers and how the prints react with those papers, and what, when you see it under lights here, what each print does on the paper that it's on can really change the print and really change what you see, the reflectiveness, the amount of detail, the shadows. It really changes what you see. And so in terms of choosing paper and that sort of thing, if that's something that you're like me and you're not super experienced with, come and see someone like Dario, because you are the man. Like, you've even tried to trip us up with printing on the wrong paper for and seeing if we pick it up. Sometimes I won't, but for paper needs and for questions about paper and what's going to work the best with your print, definitely the man. Come and see Dario for sure. So thanks for leading me into that one. It's a little bit of a shameless free plug there.
But it felt natural. So, but you're right. During the first 2 days, and today a little bit possibly as well, I have dispersed some, let's say, peats here and there, some tricks, because I wanted to spark the conversation. Not just to put you in a difficult position, guys, but because that's what happens all the time. When people are going to print, when they are, or even hiring someone, or printing with a lab, there are so many things in the workflow, and to control so many moving parts. And I'm begging you guys, it's not true that every paper will fit every subject, as well as it's not necessarily true that there is a right or wrong. But definitely, if you want a specific look and feel, you have to take advantage of this amazing selection of paper that we have nowadays. And as you know, we are Canson certified lab, as well as Sarah is a global ambassador. And so we clearly, we love and promote Canson, but I'm serious here. Like, forget about the silver allied paper, forget about the luster paper. When you enter a competition, you have to enter the next level arena. You have to be selective in the media, in the presentation, and in every aspect of it, because it's a print competition. And at that point, the paper, the mounting will make or break sometimes the presentation. I'm not saying that it's going to give you a gold, but I'm saying that if it's not right, you are not surely get any gold or silver or the finals whatsoever. Okay, so that's something to take in mind. And it's just beautiful. It's beautiful to have so many options and try it out and see how the very same picture changes the character all of a sudden. And yesterday we were, in a few times we were commenting back to back, 2 different papers for the same print. And you can tell there is a different vibe. It's inevitable. And
especially with the mounting as well. Like, here at this competition this year, I've seen mounting in round windows, in square windows, in rectangular openings. There's been prints that you can see over there right now that are the mats are gold. So we've got a gold mat. We've got velvet. We've got one of the incredible photos over there is actually printed on the mat itself, and it's the uniqueness of some of these prints and some of the matting techniques that really make them stand out. Like, I saw them and went, oh wow, I wonder what I could do to do something along those lines, So it's there's some really special prints over there. Yeah. And if I can give you all a tip, like for those that maybe thinking about entering and are a little bit scared, or it is a bit of a daunting prospect in coming in and entering an event like this. But what I would say to you is, don't be scared. Summon the courage to put something in and be okay with the feedback that comes back, and be open to what comes back, because anything that comes back from a scenario like this or a competition like this is always going to be positive, and it's going to help you to create a better image and create sort of a better result in the next year. But if you're just starting out and you don't know what to enter, there's a whole lot of resources out there, especially on the Icon Awards website and stuff, for resources. But my advice to you is, look for something that is a little bit technically challenging that you've really stretched to make happen. Something that is a little bit unique. Whether you've seen it before and you've done something similar and put your spin on it and made it quite unique. And when you're looking at that photos, we've seen a lot of photos over the course of these few days that if the viewer was taken to the subject a little bit better, the photo would have been stronger. So there's a few little tips that we've learnt over the few days, but if you're looking at a photo and you're not quite sure where your eye is going to go, turn that photo upside down on your screen, in Lightroom, close your eyes, turn it upside down, look at the photo, and wherever your eye goes is generally the brightest part of the frame with the most contrast. And if that's not where you want the eye to go to the subject, then maybe we need to do a little bit of refining and that sort of thing. Yeah. And another tip with regard to titling images, titling can be a bit of a challenging thing. And Jen sat here the other day and gave me a tip, guys, that I didn't even know that I'm going to do next time. What she does, if she's unsure about a title, she will show that image to a friend who is not a photographer, who's not in the industry, and she'll say to that friend, describe this photo for me. Give me one or two words that describe this photo. And those one or two words coming from someone not in the industry is a really, really great representation of potentially what that title could be.
And it's funny because at the end of the day, we shouldn't print for clients.
Yes.
So getting the feedback from a potential end user makes a lot of sense. Instead of being kind of reclusive in our ivory tower and thinking and mumbling about all the options and all the possibilities, but
too close to it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's a brilliant tip, absolutely. So yeah, with that, if you agree, I would love to start the next category, which is pet.
Pets, yep.
And so yeah, let's go with the first picture, and let's introduce your fellow Aussie judge.
We've got an all Aussie panel.
Yeah, Aussie, Mark Rossetto, ladies and gentlemen, in the house.
We just need Jerry Tony now.
Hey. Oh, how we doing? Oh, we are at the end of WPPI.
It's been a big 4 days.
It's been a big 4 days. But we will recoup our energy and look at some amazing prints, and we will dive on in.
So as usual, guys, I will ask your help to handle the prints on the view box. These are the gloves.
Michael Jackson gloves.
Yep. Please don't try to give us a demo. we trust your word, okay, for that.
The Michael Jackson demo or the airport demo?
And yeah, so we go with the first file, pets category, and let's have fun.
I'm going to let you take this because I need to get my glasses because
Because you're old.
I'm getting old and can't
Because
see.
you're old and can't see. Okay, let's have a look at this. I love Initial Impact is a strong woman with the great expression, great eye contact and sharpness. The only thing that really I struggle with this print to really get it into that award category is the dog is just kind of looking in its own little space. So to elevate this print, I'd be really getting the pose of that dog a bit stronger and with a little bit more expression. And I know that's weird because it's a dog, it doesn't always have expression, but well, they do have lots of expression. Absolutely. Wait, hey, this is my first print, come on now. I just ran here carrying my bags. Woo. But just the expression of the dog doesn't match the power of the woman. That's what I'm trying to say. And then that blurriness down that left-hand side is obviously the dog moving and uncomfortable or whatever, the hand or something. So from Initial Impact and just a missing element is if we can get that dog to give a little bit more personality in there. And this is where you just need to take time. A squeaker, a toy, a treat or something to get the dog's attention but you might need to take a lot of frames to get that right expression, because with the right expression, the image would be elevated a lot more, but it just takes time to work with pets to get them comfortable to give you that expressive look.
They say that owners look like or the pets look like their owners, or owners look like their pets. I've got a bulldog. I like how the dog's hair kind of matches the lady's hair in this one. But I want to echo what you said, Mark. I think that what would make this image significantly stronger is potentially a squeaker over your head right next to the camera, so the dog actually looked around, so that you've got two sets of eyes looking at the lens. I think holding an animal like that, the lady's pose, is potentially as good as what you could get. If you were to have the dog go around and the dog was looking straight down to the lens, I would also get the lady just to drop her chin, just because her chin feels a little too high, and just dropping is going to a little more. I love the shots in her eye. They're above her pupil, so they're in a really nice spot. But just dropping her chin, I think, is really going to make her a little bit stronger and portray a stronger energy. And then, obviously, a dog looking at the camera brings it all together. Yeah, I was just about to say, in terms of retouching, I think the shadows look really good. There's a little bit of detail sort of lost around the bottom of the frame, but around the subject's back, you can see a bit of haloing around her, which is kind of separating her from the background, and not in an intentional way. So, to the artist, amazing shot. I'm sure that she, as the recipient of this photo, absolutely loves this photo. But with the retouching, just go through and just have a very close look at the haloing around her back. Also, I'm seeing some sort of green tones a little bit that are coming through around her hair as well. I don't know if you see that, or if I'm a little bit colorblind. But yeah, just that haloing. But aside from that, a well done, beautiful photo. I'm sure she loves it.
Awesome.
Guys, can I take 30 seconds of your time, just because I want to give you something, okay? And also want to tease our audience at home with the new merch that we have.
Do we get some?
Do we get merch? Yes, I love merch. Come on.
Everyone loves the t-shirt. For everyone watching home, Dario just... I didn't think I was that fat. I love you though, Dario.
Okay, so you take this.
Oh, here you go.
Okay,
You have the extra large, Mark. You can sleep in it. So, for everyone watching, we've been given judging room T-shirts. Everyone loves a good T-shirt. I'm a fan of a good shirt. Oh, you got a WPPI one, yeah. Well, now I have yet another one that's come in my bag.
Awesome.
And it's large. There we go.
Large will fit you.
For everyone. Oh,
Yeah.
For everyone playing at home.
Nice for everyone playing at home. That's fantastic.
Love that.
Love a good T-shirt.
Should
Very
we go?
cool.
Dario's not here.
No,
Should-
because
should
then
we
they
go to the
can't
next
see the
print?
print.
Yep.
Yes?
Or we'll wait. Let's talk some
Australian words.
Yeah,
Okay. I was gonna.
Let's ad-lib this.
I was gonna do how to speak Australian and use different words, but it'll probably not be appropriate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah is actually like yeah, no, nah. But yeah, nah, as in like yeah, that works. It's just all in the tone, isn't it? Anyway, wedding photographer Ben. How many years have you been photographing weddings for?
I started photographing. Well, not photographing. I started in the wedding industry in '96. Wow, shut up. Yes, I am. My first wedding that I ever attended was with a tiny little handycam for a friend, videoing, and then I started in video properly after a big skydiving accident in 2002, and started doing video in 2004. Went through it all 2010, and I think it was about 2009, 2010 I first met Jerry in a workshop, just a speaking engagement actually in a Brisbane photography group. And I saw him in there, and at that point I was at a point where I would walk into a room with a video camera and I couldn't translate what I could see in my head into film, into the video. So I thought to myself, I need to go to photos here.
I got the medium in the black on black.
Yeah, nice.
Black on black.
Love it.
Love it.
Love it.
Great job. Yeah, so I transitioned over to photos in 2010. I have an engineering degree, so I was juggling weddings on the weekends and working during the week, and yeah, here we are.
Very cool. Are we good? We good? All right.
All right,
Please.
next print, please.
That'd be me, wouldn't it? Do you need to change it on the screen as well, Dario?
It's a bit of a comedy act this morning.
Sorry, we're missing Sarah, and clearly the three blind mice, the three amigos are trying to like, hey, just bless it of the flexible, isn't that the saying? Oh, here we go. And to our audience in the back, welcome to the show. Are any of your prints here? Ooh. Are you going to tell us which one's yours? Okay. Not that that matters. Are you giving out trophy shots? That's awesome. All right, let's have a look. Okay, so initial thoughts and initial reaction with this is I want to love it. I want to dive into it and love it. And the expression on the Dodd's face is great, looking up at the person, but then at the same time she's scratching under the chin, but the dog doesn't feel relaxed. It feels there's an awkward tension. And what I mean by that is, if you held your hand out, if you've ever done this with your dog, you hold your hand out and they actually put their chin on it, and they just every morning and they just like relax into it. And I would have loved to see, I don't want to see that separation between the hand and the dog, even though the fingers are touching, but just to actually like have a more of an embracing feeling. The other part is of like the less is more. So on the right hand side, you've got all these distracting elements that really just don't need to be there. And instantly, straight away, it changes the whole perspective of the image completely. With all, you've got the leash, the watch, the tattoo, the t-shirt, the hair. You've got all these things happening. And then just to add to that, the perspective is a little bit low. It would have been nice to be a bit higher and really be able to get the expression of the dog and the eyes in there as well. And I'll let Ben fill in the gaps. Otherwise, I'll keep going.
Mate, there's not many gaps. I love this category because I'm such an animal person and I miss my dog so much while I'm over here. And looking at this photo, the first place that I went was the dog's eyes, looking up at its owner with the love, with everything that our animals feel. And that really struck me first up, and I'm trying not to get emotional. Anyway, I want to echo what Mark said. I think that if this particular shot was done just with the dog's nose and head down, like angled down just a little bit, and if all you could see was that hand reaching out, so extend the arm right out, and the hand was underneath that dog's mouth, under the mush, with no separation there, the eyes looking at the owner, everything's still the same. It's all those on the right side are gone, and when you take those distractions away, the hand leads you to the moment. It leads you straight to the dog eyes, and that's the most powerful part of this frame is those little tiny eyeballs. So the maker, this is a beautiful photo. And again, I'm sure that the person who's the recipient of this photo loves it. But in the fiction, you see have the hand in shot with all the direction up. So.
Great stuff, great comments. And I know that the author is watching from, I know as a fact, that she's watching from home, so that's great. Thank you guys for your feedback. In this case, well, yeah, I wanted just to comment on the paper. Yeah, sure. I was saying that I printed this on the Arch88, which, as I said yesterday, is part, of course, of the Canson Infinity program, and is my safe place. Is my go-to place when I want to just enjoy the process. I find that the Arch88, which is a cotton paper, 100% cotton without OBA, so without optical brightening agents, which means that the natural white of the paper comes from the cotton, and there are no bleaching process and anything that will yellow over time. It's a very smooth surface, which works beautifully in most of the cases. Now, being this a pet photography, it could have been printed on a more texture paper, for instance. Had we wanted to give more three-dimensionality to the fur, to the air of the pet in this case, yes, that would have been definitely an option. So this is one of those cases where there isn't really a right or wrong. It's more like, what kind of look and feel do you want to achieve? And because of the tenderness of the moment, I wanted to go as smooth as I could. You will see with other prints, I've used different texture as well. And for instance, one of the first thought that I had was to use the BFK Reeves, which is a high, kind of very textured paper, but not like a watercolor typical surface. It's more like a chalky type of finishing, which is, I find it amazing because it gives a substantiality to the print and therefore to the subject that, like I said, is not necessarily the option, the go-to for every day, but it could be a nice option to think about. So, end of this, back to you.
And I also did just want to comment very quickly on the print. It's the printing here is really big because you can see little hairs, all the little whiskers, all those little things make that dog unique. That dog. In terms of the crop, because I know that the auth watching, they can see this. So we have the ability now to use AI and cloning and that sort of thing. I would suggest that potentially the crop is, as what Mark said, is a square crop for this one. And if you do have any leftover items, leftover abstractions down here, then we can use AI or you can use cloning to sort of to remove those. For me, the crop is I can use the one. For me, the crop is here, so that we can just see that hand, and it's pretty much a square crop. So, little thoughts on that. I think that would really give this photo more impact without having to do this again.
And that's a very, very good point. Cropping means a lot. Cropping is one of those things that literally makes or breaks a photograph, in my opinion. So thank you for sharing that. I totally agree with you. Less is more in this case, particularly because of those eyes, that nose. You don't, and now I'm turning emotional because I'm missing my doggies at home. But we don't really need, unless there is a clear purpose, we don't really need much more than what is already there. You're right. So yeah, I love the comment on that. With this, let me go back for a second to our sponsors, because I was mentioning Canson, and I can't say how much I love Canson Infinity program. All their papers, by the way, to all our audience, we are handing out samples and swatches and stuff. I encourage you to, even not necessarily to print, but at least to touch and feel the paper, okay? And think about how this would work with my imagery. And that's for sure about Canson, that kindly supported in the judging room at WPPI 2026 with paper and with a lot of help, as well as Imagine, without which we could have not been here streaming for hours and hours and hours every day. Thank you for this amazing 4K monitor that is providing a fantastic insight to the audience in the room. And the Canon, of course Canon. I'm printing behind the scene. You might not see what I'm doing, but there's a whole heap of things happening behind the view box. I'm printing live with you guys while you are judging. I'm printing, which means that I have seconds to choose the paper, adjust the parameters, and possibly nail the print, which I'm doing for hours in a row. So forgive me if sometimes you might see something that isn't perfectly aligned. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually sure that I'm delivering a nice print to comment. And so then again, thank you for Canson, thank you to BenQ, Imagine, and Canon. Back to you guys, and next print, please.
While you're just changing that over, and I'm not sure if you've spoken about this, I'm sure you would have. When you are printing for print awards, print it on like 3 or 4 different types of paper. Every single time. Before you select your paper, before you submit your print it on 3 or 4 different types of paper, and it doesn't even have to be full size, just a smaller version, because it'll be amazing how different a image will feel and look and sit when it's a different paper stock. It can either sing or it can be lost. You either get the darts and highlights, or you lose it completely. So I think that's really important.
I love this. Guys, I'm such a bad judge for this category. I just love these. I love dogs so much. I love this photo. It shows so much personality. I love that it's nice and sharp. Nothing's kind of really over sharpened. There's beautiful detail in the dog's fur, the eyes. The catch lights are above the pupils. I love the strut mutt badge at the bottom. I think that was probably the best one to make the prominent one at the front. I guess the only thing that I think I would love to see, and maybe you got this as was to have the dog actually camera aware and looking at the camera as opposed to just off. I find that when the eyes are just off, kind of leaves me a little bit wanting more, or is it, could we have had a squeaker above the camera or something? But having the eyes just off leaves things for me unfinished. But congratulations, Mika, and if you can, just those eyes towards the camera, fantastic.
Yes, very cool. Strut with your mutt is definitely the right one to put up the very front. For me, this is more of a like a styling, like of what you could do when you think about someone that's won a medal. They're on a podium. They're probably standing a bit taller than normal, and I think that the positioning that you have your dog is a little bit off to the right, and I think that you could play on the champion side of it a little bit more, because at the moment this would sit at a solid, professional level. The client would love it. It's nice and funny. It would sit in that high 70s, mid to high 70s kind of range, but to get it into that award stage, you do need to elevate it. And what I would suggest you do is either build a little platform, a 1, 2, and 3 platform, or put it on the top, or make sure that you square on so it's a little bit more standing taller, and then looking dead smack at the camera of like, and if you can, because I know dogs have always random expressions, either super serious or see if the dog can smile. And I don't even know what that would look like, but it would be fun at the same time. But these are the little things that you would go, okay, this is a fantastic image. The client would love it. It's super cool. It's super entertaining, and it's a great representation. But if this was going to be an award, if we can hang this on the wall, like, what do we need to do to get it there? And I think one of the things is just changing a few of those elements to really elevate it into that space.
You made me giggle before because you said, "Oh, I'm so bad at this category." I tell you what. Whenever I'm judging pets, I make everybody laugh because I said I have a screwdriver on my desk. So, and every time there's a new picture coming in, I literally hurt myself with the screwdriver on my leg, on my thigh, because otherwise, I'm going to give 100. It's 100. How could you not? It's 100 by definition. Look at those eyes. Look at that face. Look at that expression. I'm really not that objective, honestly, on the pack category. No, I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, I totally see what you mean. And I love this category for that reason. Back to this picture. Let me say, I agree with you guys, and I just want to congratulate the author, because I found, there is a down-to-earth, humble look in this doggy. Is super awarded, won everything, and is a champion in whatever he does, and I'm sure that means helping people. And but look at the eyes, and look, I don't know, it looked to me like one of those gritty kind of pictures with veterans, with full, like 92 years old, with all the old uniform and the medals or something like that. Oh my God, I love this, and I want to commend the author, because it's not over the top. It's not, like way too much. It's celebrating without, without putting mayo on top of something that is already tasteful, and it doesn't need any addition. So I really love this, and I love the crop, by the way, because it's tight but not too much, and there's room enough to breathe and to celebrate this fantastic dog. And with that, give me a second before we go into the next one, because this lady behind you. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Tanas, because you have been here for all the days, all the hours, listening and hopefully learning, things and thinking, and if anything, get feedbacks and ideas for the next round, right? So I wanna celebrate and reward your effort.
Dun, 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 dun. She has just received a judging room t-shirt. Very, very cool.
All right then. And with this, we can go to the next print, please.
Oh, I can just hear Ben straight away when he saw it. Does anyone have any tissues in the crowd? Does anyone? No. You're all good? Mate, do you want to talk about this first? Because it seems like you're going to be wanting to say a few things.
I would like to have I'd like to have a little look first. Thank you very much, Mark.
Little look-see. Yeah, great silhouette. See, that's if you're watching for a little while, that's the expression that I'm looking for. Like, it's the nuances, it's the little feeling. It's like you can see in the eyes and the ears and the nose and the paw that they're just a lot more connected, and the lighting that the photographer has done to get the catch lights to really like hit all the right spots is spot on. When you mat this is where you would really play with your matting, because it's one of those things. Do you go a black mat with a little border, or just straight black, or do you go white? And it will change the look and feel of the print completely. So when we do digital awards, like digital awards is easy in terms of it's digital, it doesn't really matter. But once you put a print and submit it into the awards, the matting can either make or break as well. So this is one of those ones that I would probably print it both ways, on on white and black, and really sit there and decide later which one I would choose, because it'll take a little while, and then put it under lights, because it'll change the way the image looks completely as well. The only little things that I'm looking at is you've just lost, it's all blocked up in the blacks completely. Now, that's not a bad thing if it's intentional and you want it to be that, because it is a silhouette, like it's really obvious, like that's what it's there for, to be a strong silhouette. and you've just got detail in the border, the rims, the sides of your subjects. So you do need to make that decision whether you're going to go one way or the other. It's like don't be half-assed. Like either be a silhouette or don't be a silhouette. Don't give the judge an excuse to go, oh, the blacks are all blocked up, and if there was more detail. But if you do it intentionally, where it is completely like it is like an intentional thing, then it's intentional. And I'll let Ben add extra little bits.
Yeah, look, I love this shot. I agree with Mark. Congratulations to the maker of this. This is very impactful. I can see what you were going for in terms of the silhouette, just with that kiss of light coming from the top. I love how that looks. That lighting coming from the top really highlights the dog's eyes, all the fur across the top, the tops of his ears and that sort of stuff, as well as the hand and the hair on the arm and the hand. I love how all that looks, and I see what you were going for. I just feel that the blacks are a little bit heavy. I'd love to see just a little bit of fill light in there just to bring up those shadows, just so that we can see just a fraction more detail. Because when it comes to a pet like this, if you do go full silhouette, you can't see their eyes. And their eyes are the window to their soul, so to speak, and one of the major draw cards of an animal category. So in going for that full silhouette, I think it wouldn't have the impact that it would have, but I love the light that you've got. So because we can't go the full silhouette, I wouldn't suggest that we continue the silhouette sort of style down the bottom of the frame. So adding a bit more light in there so I can see that detail just a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot, but just a kiss of light at the bottom, just to show the hair on the person's arm and the hands, the hair on the dog. I think that would really elevate it and make it something that an image that you look a lot deeper into. For me, I think this is a black mat. When you held the mat up there, I instantly kind of went with the black. I don't think that this needs a white border around, so I think it's just the arm coming in with the dog, black mat, and I think that's a... So when you add that little bit of detail into the shadows, it doesn't fall into the mat or it just blend into the mat that way.
So just to clarify, when I meant silhouette, I didn't mean like completely silhouette, as in like you can't see the eyes. What? It was more like it was just a deeper. No, I didn't. It was like it must be. It's a mistranslation Australian version. Just a little bit kind of deeper so that the mid area is more darker, but you still get the hair on the tops and you still get the details, but I wouldn't go full silhouette so you can't see the eyes. So just want to clarify that.
Very good tip about the mat. And
hey, that was me.
Was he?
That was me.
Why I'm saying that? Because we are looking to a picture that is almost a pure silhouette. Okay. So it's a black and white. And guess what? A lot of people are concerned to print black and white because they had experience at least once in their life that they ordered a black and white print and it came back that it was reddish, greenish, bluish, but not exactly black and white, which is a very common issue with labs in general, okay? Or when we print by ourselves, but not in the proper way. So this cast gives a quality to the print that looks kind of black and white, but when you will go to the matting process, at that point you will figure that your mat actually clashes, even if it's a black one, clashes with the black and white print. You have to know that there are different point of blacks out there. So when you source your matting or your framer, make sure to test the quality and the color of the mat provided, because there are colder or warmer blacks that won't fit necessarily your print. With that being said, there's also, let's say, there's also to consider that the black can be a total black, like the one that you just tested on this print, or there could be a white stroke all around, which is the most common black, which is like the sample that we have here on the table. So the white stroke helps to define the subject, but not always. Like in this case, with a very graphic, almost full silhouette situation, a white stroke would have simply probably jarred with the, with the impact of the print. Whereas a total black, like you just simulated before, provides, that sort of deep, graphic, white, and let's say the pure black and white type of gallery feeling that we want to have. So, and I stop here, but I could talk for hours just about the mattes, and we will maybe later on talking about other things, other qualities that you should look for your matting. But back to you guys.
Thanks, Dario. I also just wanted to add a little in here, and that's the actual print size. So what we're looking at with a lot of these prints, they're taking up probably 65 to 70% of the actual paper that we're looking at. Now, if you have a print that is quite simple, that doesn't have a lot of really detailed elements, then having that bigger can be an advantage. But if you have a print that has lots and lots of details, lots and lots of elements, lots and lots of challenges that could possibly bring that print down in terms of score, then a nice way, a strategic way to potentially hide some of those challenges is to make the print just a little bit smaller. You don't have to fill the entire frame. You can have a print, obviously within the rules, that is a little bit smaller where it can hide some of the flaws. Just a little tip there.
Fantastic, guys. And before we go with the next print, can I ask you roughly what score would you have given to this? Just to give a ballpark to the author.
I would have done probably either on the border of 78, 79 or into the 80, 81, 82. Depending, yeah, probably in the 81.
I'm borderline 79, 80. The reason for that is the 79 because I'm losing the blacks. I'm losing the detail in the blacks, and I really want to see that detail. The reason for the 80 is because the lighting has been done so well, and it's been very well thought out.
But if you had have asked me that question with the black matting when I had the initial impact, it may be a little bit different too. Because obviously that, like, we've sat here for 5 minutes now talking about it.
Yeah.
Where that initial impact with the black matting and then having to score instantly, I would have probably gone straight to 80, 81. But then after dissecting it a little bit, it changes sometimes the opinion slightly.
So you mentioned the 79, which is this, sort of boundary, the threshold where people get stuck sometimes, and a lot of photographers are like, "Oh my God, I got 79." I'm telling you, it's a badge of honor.
I have built my career on 79.
79, right? Because
I'm a solid 79, 80, and I'm a, should this go up to 80 or not? Yes or no? Yes, come on.
Because the funny bit is that a 79 means the highest in the bracket of the solid professional practice, which means exactly what we are paid and hired to do, day in and day out. So there's nothing wrong with that. Actually, be proud. 79 means good job. You did your job. You are professional. Fantastic. Now, get to the 80 might be a different story. And maybe it's just about the very last tiny, teeny step that you need to take, which is why we have the judging room.
Do you know what Sarah told me?
We have a question for the audience. Please come close.
Sarah gave me the best advice and said 79 means you're an idiot if you quit now.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Fantastic.
WPPI used to have a badge that was very similar to this alumni one, and I've got about 3 or 4 of them at home, and it had 79 Club on it. Yeah, because it's you're almost there, but just keep pushing. Yeah.
I want to reward another 2 people in our audience for having been so passionate and so present at the Judge Room 2026. Can I?
If they look under their chairs, is there a ticket to Australia? No.
Okay, we are. Oh, yay! Presents for everyone. So good. Oh, isn't he such a lovely man? Yeah, you got merch. Love merch. Hey, just a quick one on the black and white. My top 5 highest scoring prints, which was like 3 golds and 2 silver distinctions, have all been black and white. All of them. Just randomly, like my top prints are all black and white.
That's weird. Exactly the same. The 2 most awarded photos of my career have been black and white. Yeah. Wow. We need a black and white club.
Obnoxious color. Oh, yeah, that's true. But the one that beat me was black and white.
All right. Next up.
I keep getting zapped.
Because you're electric, Ben. We have a lot of emotional pet people here today in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a kitty cat. And now we have the audience showing each other cat photos. Okay, so I'll kick this one off. This is handled exceptionally well. It's sharp in all the right places. The positioning, I just love the texture of the fur. The focal length is just perfect. Get it? I didn't even mean that. It's perfect. Oh my gosh, 4 days in.
Welcome.
That wasn't even intentional. It would be catastrophic if I left that. No, okay. No, the texture of the cat is absolutely. I really love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's so pin sharp on the eyes, which just draws you in, and the whiskers, you can just see all the detail, the ears, and then the back of the fur just kind of peels away. I'm not too sure if I want that foreground in focus so much. Like, it's distracted me from looking up at the cat's eyes again. So I don't know. I don't know until I get this out whether I would just. It doesn't need it, but then I feel like it's too squished. It probably needed a different placement, a different place to sit rather than a crate, because you've got these. If you could just cut it off in the look at all that color. The color palette, the tone, and everything else is absolutely stunning. And then I feel like the crate just doesn't match the rest of it. So this is where the placement and the materials that you got the subjects on can either make or break as well. But in terms of the color palette, the tones, the textures, the expression, and the camera angle and lighting, I think this is awesome. I would have scored this, because Dario's going to ask anyway, probably high 70s, because of the reason of that crate being so sharp and in focus and taking my eye away.
And that's a great point. So a great question to ask yourself is, when it comes to elements in the frame, does it add to the frame? Does it add to the story? Does it add to what I'm trying to portray? Or is it a distraction? So I agree with you, Mark. For me, seeing the crate and seeing it quite sharp and seeing the buckle at the front, that is a bit of a distraction. And what that also means is that if you were to crop that right here, as we sort of discussed, then we've still got half a buckle there that it again doesn't add anything to the frame. So it means that if you were going to crop it, we'd have to clone that out. But thinking about the shot prior to taking it, maybe we could just turn the box around and place the cat in exactly the same position, just turn the box around. So it hasn't got that distracting element, or frame up a little bit so that there's not that distraction in the foreground. I am really enjoying the eyes, the whiskers, like they go on forever. For me, I would love to see just a little bit more detail in the fur at the back, and that's solely aperture choice. So I'm not sure what aperture you've shot this at, but I love the sharpness of the eyes and the face. I just want to see a little bit more of that sharpness. Not too much, like just maybe 50%, just on the back fur of the cat, just to show all that detail in the fur.
I was distracted printing, but I don't know if you say something about the crop, the square thingy. Do you think the square would have been nice, or maybe an oval or a circular aperture would have worked as well?
Personally,
Mm-hmm.
no. No, I think because you have the square box and the square lines, having a circle in there is just going to be like a conflicting feeling. If anything, like the hard thing when you've got animals like this, if you've got so many leading lines, you've got the crate, you've got the whiskers that are going horizontal, you've got the ears that are pointing up, and you've got all these shapes happening. Now, if the cat was facing towards you and it was dead smack middle, and you would have a more front-on pose, then you could do a circle mat or an oval or something like that that will accentuate, whatever. Close enough. So no, I don't. I actually think the square suits this. It's more the crate choice is not the great choice.
Very well said, Mark. That's in my opinion the right answer. But Ben,
I'm going to throw something at you. If we were to change the crop, or to change the prints, the crop, everything, I agree with Mark. The round window is not going to work. I would actually almost like to see a long rectangular window with a bit more breathing space on each side of the cat, but maybe crop down just a little bit, or obviously we're cropping out and removing the distraction at the bottom. So potentially a little bit longer, but in order to do that, we have to retake the shot. You have to reposition the cat so that the box that it's sitting on exits the frame on each side. So we can't have half the box missing and the frame the box exiting the frame on the other side. So,
and I bounce it back to you. What if I'm going after your idea of the, let's say, horizontal, more rectangular aperture, okay? And so, what if, because it's a cat, right? And we know that they bounce and jump around all the time, whether we like it or not, but they do it. And she or he is looking up to the right, camera right. So like if there's something that got his attention, and I wonder, what if we go with a rectangular, with a lot of negative space, the cat all the way on the box, all the way on the left, and leaving the negative emptiness in the composition to create the tension, assuming that the cat might jump for any minute, okay? And so create this sort of, let's say, leading line with a negative space instead of with another box, or just the box continuing all the way left to right. What do you think?
I think
Let me
way.
change the camera so people can see at home what you mean.
See.
Yeah, that way.
Yeah.
No.
So
The way, but having the whole cat, the box. But imagine that we can expand the picture to the right,
Yep.
right, and have more of that.
More
brownish
negative
wall.
space on the right, Mark. So the cat's looking up. Yep.
The whole cat. I want to keep the cat and the box, but just add like another 10 centimeters to the right.
So what Dario's saying is the print is offset to the left-hand side with more negative space on the right-hand side.
Mhm.
Now, I think that would work as well, because you'll have the cat looking into the frame, bounce it back to you, and say, what if this was your opportunity to think of something creative and take a creative element? Photograph one of the cat's toys dangling. If you were to mat this, as Dario said, on the left-hand side of the mat, so that the cat's looking in and there's more negative space on the right, what if on the right-hand side, on the actual mat itself, you actually printed the little dangly thing that it's looking at in the corner?
I would love that.
Or
I would really love that.
what if the mat was a very fine scratching post material?
That's
Like,
very interesting.
this is where you can get creative and take a 80, did you say? Take an 80 image, add the mat, add your flair, and add something more interesting to it to take it to an 82 or an 83, maybe even an 85. We've
that.
seen it done here this weekend. So, this week.
But
Fitting within the rules.
fitting within the rules. This particular image is way too soft and fluffy to have that playfulness play with it. Like, it is a completely different style. It's a different style of cat. It's a different breed of cat. It's a different expression. It's a whole different thing. So, very similar to what we saw at the Icon Awards with the cat peeking through the window. Like, you've got to match the cat to the concept. In this case, everything's soft and fluffy. Wouldn't be surprised if this cat's name is actually Fluffy. It's soft and fluffy. I think those things would really work, but if you had the right cat with the right expression and the right thing. So this is a little bit of a yeah, but nah, but yeah. But it would work.
And one last final word about the paper, which in this case is not the Arch88 as I've commented before. This is the edition Etching 2, which is an amazing new product recently launched a few months ago by Canson. And why I went for this? Because in this case, I wanted some texture to retain the informations of the vintage wooden box, as well as the air of the pet. So I wanted to add more dimensionality to the subject, and therefore I went for the edition etching, which is an amazing texture. It's not too much, it's subtle, but it's there, and believe me, it makes a difference. And ready for next print?
I'm going to have to leave you, Dario.
Oh my God.
I'm going to have to hit the eject button and take off. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
So we're going to leave Mark on his own.
It was very looking forward to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that might be a problem.
Thank you. I do as well.
Ben, let me just say thank you so much for your time in these days. It's been a pleasure as usual, and a fantastic way to share your knowledge and your experience and your sensitivity with our audience back home and here in Vegas. Thank you so much.
And thanks.
Yay, Ben. Yay. Woo. Oi, 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 oi. Alrighty. I'm sorry already that you're stuck with me. This is about as good as it's going to get until someone else comes along to make proper English. But for those people that don't know me while Dario's mucking around, my name is Mark Rossetto. I am from Brisbane, Australia, as you can tell by the outset. Been a photographer since 2002, entering awards since 2009. I'm a double master photographer in Australia, icon photographer in the US, internationally, if that's a thing. Yeah, icon master photographer. Great friends of Dario, Sarah, and the entire Icon team and the WPPI team. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So, do you want me to do prints as well?
Can I say that last name is Rossetto, last name is Righetto? For this, we should be twins, actually. Which we might have been, as we figured out, your ancestors were, were coming from an area close by to where I was born, so that would make sense. Right? I'm kind of cool beer, silver fox. Anyway, so we lost Ben, but guess what? Because I love you, we lost Ben, but we are having Tatiana Luminere, so we lost Ben again, Tatiana. So I think you're lucky.
Oh, yay! Yay for everyone! That's awesome. So you are going to be so confused with both of our accents, because Tatiana and myself are like polar opposite in the way that we speak. So you're going to have to really lean on in here and listen up. Do you want me to sit on that side so I can change the print?
Yes. Thank you so much.
That's all right. While I do that, you can introduce yourself.
I'll handle that.
You what? Yeah, sure.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tatiana Luminere. I'm based in Philadelphia, and I'm doing women's portraiture. Okay. So excited to be here.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I can just start straight away. Okay, so straight away, we can see that the vignette on the right-hand side is like super uber dark, that it's lost all the details of all the texture. Also, there's no catch light in that left eye, right eye, our left, the Dod's right. So you just need to, it's a little bit of a positioning with light, and it's also a little bit bright on the top of the head and the chest area. This is where we're talking about cropping for half an hour before. And this is where it's like, the dark is just too dark. It doesn't need to be there. Like it actually doesn't enhance the image. It pulls you away. So in terms of the less is more scenario, the less is more is always just like a golden rule. If it doesn't need to be there, crop it out. But in terms of, obviously this image is similar author to the other image that we just saw with the cat, because the box is there so we can tell. Again, the same conversation with the box. That clip at the front where the white is where with the word white, it's just unnecessarily there. So this is where, again, you need to choose the right props for the right pet, but also looking at all those other bits and pieces too.
Well, so much is said about improvements, so I'm going to concentrate on positives. I love the composition, and I love the connection with the subject. All the lines are so beautiful. To make it to the next level, just to add something extra to what was already said, those what is doesn't need to be here, because if you want to prepare your shoot, because you can change it, give us something to add to this story. Give us something that will go like, so we go like laughing or like, ooh, something to, make it longer. That'll help it, to bring it to the next level, in addition to all the suggestions, because everything is here in this work. Just elevate it a little bit. Very strong professional work.
And what would you store it? What would you store it?
79. Just because of everything that was said about vignette, it's almost there. Remove those elements that really, in a way, and it can be easy silver.
And you can see that the judges, as first thing first, go close to the print and they take very close look, looking for potential flows, for details, for the crafting and the print. And then in the following 10, 20 seconds, they get an overall idea and potentially a bracket, let's say a ballpark for the score. Because usually in a print competition, we have like 30 seconds, 40 seconds to get through the whole process. What we do instead at the judging room, as you can see, is unpacking every single image with all the pros and cons, all the aspects that could have been improved, all the aspects that needs to be celebrated, potential tips, expanding crops, thinking outside the box with the matting and so on and so forth, because we have all the time in the world at the judging room, and we want to provide any possible idea or tip thanks to our judges and their expertise. So guys, back to you.
This is a great image. If I was judging this, I'd be very excited when this turned around. It's like, oh, it's just, this is where like simplicity's hard. It's hard to do simple well. And when you see an image like this, it's like, but it's just the dog sitting there, like it's not doing anything. But simplicity is actually a really, really hard skill to master. And if this turned around, I would definitely be in the 80s, like straight away. And the reason why that would be is the beautiful color tones. It's just got such a stunning look about it. And it's just the expression of the eyes and the eye color of the dog as well, especially the right eye, our right, the dog's left, is just really just matches the skin tones. The fur tones. It matches the fur tones beautifully. The expression, the pose, everything that the dog is doing is fantastic. And the detail, the level of detail in the fur is all captured in there. The color of the background, it's not too white, it's not too dark, just the color palette's just really, really stunning. That's what I got for you.
Okay, very solid composition. I love the overall softness of the story. It's almost like a glamour portrait, but for the dog. So something that might elevate it. Eye contact. So this dog is looking a bit away from the viewer, so there is no really contact to the viewer. If the dog is looking, somewhere, give us something more. What is the story about? Another point that I want to say, it seems that this dog is sitting on something soft. So if you would look at the very bottom, post, tail, the line is a bit too sharp. I wonder if, placing dog on something more firmer will, remove that. Actually, what is it, creative or individual portrait? What's the category? Pets, so individual capture. Yeah. So maybe consider something more firm for the dog to be in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so just on the left-hand side of the dog, it's just the dark little area that's been printed just through here. So maybe there was some part of dodging it back to get the texture on the side of it or something like that. So, because you don't see it everywhere, it's just in that area. So this is where getting that really technical point of view of retouching makes a bit different as well. But yeah, that soft floor, it is weird, isn't it? Now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. It's definitely sitting on something soft and then losing the details of the paw at the very, very front as well. So enjoy the crop. I think it needs that height. It needs the extra space up the top. This is where we've been talking about matting going black or white. Black would be way too heavy, and I think that it's definitely a white matte style to keep that nice and soft.
That I want to finish with very solid work. And yes, I would definitely consider silver. And I want to mention that if you are going for the soft glamour look, so be careful of harsh lines. Just tiniest things to consider when you preparing your work for competition.
Next one. What do we have? Which one? The night sky. You want to change it on your screen?
With this, we go to Open Creative. So we have a few entries in this category as well. So yeah, I'll move on Lightroom. And there we go. Maybe. Here we are.
This is very cleverly placed together. I'm not an astrophotographer, so I struggled to comprehend how long he would have to stand there to capture that. Whether it was... Dario, is this out of camera or is this creative? So retouch later. Okay. So maybe he didn't have to stand there that long after all. Being creative is that you can use different images and layers and bits and pieces. So in terms of the shot, I think in terms of composition wise, that's really well done. The Milky Way looks absolutely stunning. And having that rock in the background does give it that three-dimensional feel. If that large island rock wasn't there, I think it would just be a little bit plain. And I think it's giving it enough space to for him to breathe and for you to draw your eye in and then appreciate the depth of space as well. The depth of space, get it? Space, because it's...
I appreciate the complexity of the image. Actually, with the rock on the right side, I have different opinion, a little bit. So for me, I see dual subjects. So we have fantastic sky and the person lighting that sky. And then my eye drifts to the right, to that triangle shape. So what attracts attention? First, it's area of contrast. So when we have harsh change in brightness, like you would see around this rock on the right, that what attracts our attention first. Then we go to areas of brightness. So first areas of contrast, then brightness, and that's how my eye drifts around. And I'm really confused. Dual subjects, so sky is magnificent, and then we have story going on the ground. Something in landscape, softer, more fluid, something that does not really draw attention that much, for me would help. But I love the story. Great work.
Yeah, before we move forward, let me say something about, I agree with you. This peak of the mountain on the right, if only we could have had the opportunity to remove it, it would have been, like liberating actually for the epic movement of this character there. So the protagonist there, with his torch in his hand, I think, because we would have had a brighter area all around, which would have been complementary to the silhouette, which I think was, on your point. and then all of a sudden the sky would have been glorious there, up there, in all its amazing details and stuff. So because of the category, this could have been done. Okay, so not all the categories, particularly in portraits, for instance, you cannot remove or add elements like this. But in the open category, that's where you can do things. It's the creative part of it where we can play around with. And literally, if I had to paint this scene, I would have definitely considered either to remove the mountain or to make it smaller and probably like, 2-3 values lighter, so just fading out with a fog of distance. That would have add more depth to the composition, so on and so forth. So thank you, Tatiana, for picking up on that, because I really think that you got the heart of the matter here.
I so agree. So you would eliminate competition between two subjects, the human and the mountain. Yeah.
Perfectly said.
I would leave it.
Mark, back in the corner. But you see, guys, this is how we love to do the process. And you have to consider something. When you go to a print competition and you see a panel of judges, you think that they all think alike? You think that you have 5 replicas of the same person with the same background, same taste, same skill set? No, that's not the case. A panel of judges is usually like a team, like a Formula One team. There is the guy with the tires, the guy that will refuel the car, the engineer, the guy that wipes the helmet, and so on and so forth. So it's a crew. There's a bunch of skill set and backgrounds. And you will find there's a hyper-technical judge. There is the storytelling judge. There is the print maniacally driven judge. So all of these elements contribute to create an average impression of your print that will be the most comprehensive possible. So sometimes the opinions diverge, as simple as that. Like in this case, I will leave the mountain. No, I will remove the mountain. It's not necessarily right or wrong, but there are valid points that we might raise in the conversation, and sometimes this sparks the so-called challenge. So, for instance, Mark, would you ever score this like 85, for instance?
Maybe not that high, but
Okay.
in the 80s.
Let's assume,
Okay.
just for the sake of the exercise, let's say you go for an 85.
86.
86. And Tatiana, maybe you would have said, no, you know what, 79, because of that element. Let's assume so. With so many points in between, one of the two might have wanted to challenge. And say, hey, how does it work, Mark? Would you explain how the challenge works?
I would then challenge, because we're 5 points apart on the final score. And then I will have the first the first conversation of talking about the print and why and the reasons and all the technical part and all the story part. And then you would hear from someone at the lower end of the scale, and they would be like, okay, I see what you're saying, but this. And then you would find someone in the middle who is kind of like on the fence of both sides. And then it'll go back to me for a final reply. And that's when, it's okay to be right sometimes, and then it's okay to be wrong. Exactly. Sometimes we see the things and sometimes we don't see things. I've been on a panel where I scored like a 98 and everyone scored like a 77. And there is like, what are you missing? And then they just missed the whole story. They missed everything. And once you've explained it, it's like, that makes so much more sense because you had to think abstractly. And then the other side of things, I might have scored this at 86. And then went, okay, well, now taking into consideration what you've said, I can see where you're coming from. And this is this part of a good judge and a good team where you can actually work together for the best outcome for the print to kind of go, okay, right, all right, maybe I was a little bit gun shy, maybe I hit too high. And then it kind of sits in the middle.
That's very, very true. And, guys, we have to keep in mind that our mission, the mission of any judge in any panel, in any print competition, particularly with the Icon Awards, is to champion the prints and photography and help the author, to get the merit, to get the whatever the comment that deserves, and even why not 100 if that's the case. We are there to serve. We are not there to criticize things and prove our point and claim space and the bullseye on us for 5 minutes and just preach. That's not the point. We are there to help and give justice to the print. With that being said, though, sometimes, as you mentioned, you go for it. You raise your hand and say, challenge, because you are so much into the photography and you want that, being whatever score, 98, as you said, or 85, or whatever. I fought for an 80 too, to get the thing into the merit. And sometimes I got it done. Sometimes my fellow judges show me things that weren't really, let's say, counterbalancing the merit in the printing. And so, yeah, sometimes you got it right, sometimes not so much. But still, if anything, the author will get a conversation, more in-depth analysis, which is also valuable. And guess what? In London in January, I was judging as WPP, and I really went for a photograph. I didn't make it to the next category, but guess what? One of the peers in the panel, and he's an amazing architectural photographer, he pointed out the technical requirements, as in time of the day, angle of the sunlight, and things that the author should have taken in consideration next time to elevate the print. So I couldn't take it to the next level. On the other hand, though, this photographer in the panel provided such an incredible, insightful tip. So we won anyway. The author won anyway, because as Jerry says, either you win or you learn.
I want to add that personally I missed challenges so much, because that was moment when you see the passion. And also you get to know how your peers' minds work, because our work is basically, reflection of brilliance of our minds. That's reflection of us in a way. And when you get to learn how your fellow creative ticks, that's priceless.
And there's nothing worse when you challenge someone like Tony Hewitt or Kelly Brown or someone that is not on your team at the time, and you're at polar opposites and you're like, oh, what have I started here? But when they are in your team, you're like, thank God. It's like, come on, help me.
But you see, this proves my point. Even if they are not in your team, chances are they will say something super insightful and useful, because they are amazing. And so, yeah, but you're right. If you like to live live dangerously, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And with this, let's move to the next print.
Okay. I feel like I'm on repeat here. What do you think I'm going to say? Come on, you've all been sitting here for long enough. I've said it like 5 times in the last 3 prints. Less is more. There's so much going on. I don't even know where to look. Like, you've got the shoe with the glass, but then you get the reflection, but then you've got these other reflection, and then you've got the texture of the background, and you've got all these distracting elements. And I think the photographer is trying to create something quite cool, but in terms of like, do we have something stylish with something rough? Like, is that what they're trying to portray here? And with this, like, maybe it's a part where it's just the camera angle, where if you had the same concept, but the heel was in this space, where the whole shoe fit in that space, then you've got the texture element and then the shoe. But at the same time, you've got this shadow coming down here. It's very abstracty, but then is it abstracty with purpose, or is it abstracty with just because it's abstract?
I would be curious what the title is. For this work, title might help a lot. Any chance to learn that? So, meanwhile, it is impactful work. I love the color choices. Untitled. Yeah, so consider giving a title, because, you know, for work like that, title might help. I love the vertical lines. They give rhythm. You almost can imagine, you know, steps, left, right, left, right. I agree with Mark. It needs finesse in maybe consider different depths of field. Maybe post-production. Everything is there foundationally. I enjoy composition a lot. Just a little bit of finesse.
Yes. Dario. Fearless leader. There you go. Yep. Is it the red one? Which way are we? That way.
What is the title, please?
Red on gold.
What is it?
Red.
Red.
Red on gold. Gold. I mean, when this work came, I was like, wow. Wow, impact is there. Impact is there. I enjoy the color, the shadows, the lines. Red and gold. I would struggle a bit with the story, and I'm all about the story. You probably noticed that. It definitely would be silver for me, and in this case, I would welcome challenge to help me see more.
Yes, with impact, fantastic impact. Again, if we go to black matte or white matte, potentially, let's just play the game here. I think a black matte would give it super amount of impact here, and it would just absolutely sing. Great paper choice, Dario. Great paper choice. What paper is this? It's written.
Should be
Barita. Is that how you say it? Barita Prestige 2. Sounds right. Great paper choice. It's nice and bright, and it's really capturing it. This is where sometimes I have a conflict with a title that doesn't match what I'm looking at, and now I'm just confused because it's like red on gold. It's like red on gold. On gold? What gold? Where's gold? Can you see gold? I can't see gold. And then I'm looking for like a gold. I'm looking for the color gold. I'm looking for, is it like a metal? And now I'm just confused. And this is a classic example of a great image with a confusing title, where it doesn't actually add anything to it apart from now all I'm trying to think of is find something gold. So, yes.
Yeah, no, I was. Thank you for commenting on the paper. Actually, why I went for the Barita Prestige 2? Because red is one of the most difficult color to render on paper. A and B, with the saturation and incredible vivid color that the author, managed to edit in this print. I wanted to have the full widest gamut that I could have, and the Barita 2 Prestige is exactly what I needed, the heavy gun that I needed to make this red popping out of the paper. And you can tell between the monitor, which is a fantastic BenQ, anti-glare 4K monitor. I'm just salivating over this monitor, guys. It is amazing. And you look at the monitor and look at the print, and then consider that this is like 100 times brighter and more powerful than whatever you can have on paper. But still, look at the paper. Look at the print. Isn't it amazing? Try home.
Fantastic impact.
Hey Dario, should I tell my story about the weird names of prints? Talking about prints? Yes? Okay.
Yes, please. We love weird stories.
Weird story. So for years, since 2009, I was like entering prints, and you'd enter like 8 of them. And instead of kind of numbering them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I just said what it was. So in this case, it would be red. If it was a cat, it would be cat. If the next one, it would be dog. If it was a window shot with a window in it, it would be bright in window. It would be just to identify it. Now, that was 2009. It wasn't until I came here in 2012 that I realized that the title, they actually read it out. And I was like, oh, you're kidding me. So for like 4 or 5 years, you've been like reading out really bad titles.
No, I think that actually it sounds artistic. It's like the print comes out dog.
Red.
Yeah. And you think, oh, this is deep. It sounds like art, right?
Yeah.
And it's better than
Store this in 82.
yeah. Or somebody in the UK, someone once said that they wanted to name their print "Judges, Please Rotate."
Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to naming as well, I don't know if you guys have already said this, but the one thing, it can be helpful, but it's a little bit much if the title's doing too much. Like if it's just a dog and then it goes, the title is "My Dog the Day Before She Was Put Down," like it's the title is trying to pull heartstrings and it feels a little bit manipulative. So you want to stay away from that. So it needs to be supported by the image, right?
Yes, we did have a print once that was titled "And Just Like That, She's Gone."
I remember.
You remember that print?
Yeah.
And that changed the whole
Yeah.
atmosphere of the room and the print. And just like a good title is just as important as the image and the paper,
Yeah.
because it can either make it, or it can break it, or it can just absolutely amplify it, and they really understand it and get the heart and soul.
Absolutely. Right. Next print. We're in a new category. What are we doing now, Dario? Maternity. Maternity and newborn.
Let me remind everybody that Canson Infinity provided all the paper that we are using throughout the 3 days printing live for you. So a good variety of the most popular and amazing paper choice, as well as Canon printer, inkjet printer, the fantastic Pro 310 has been offered by Canon, and it's a super, in my opinion, super good money for value printer that will take you to the gold at the Icon Awards next year. Trust me, guaranteed. Just buy it and go for it. No, I'm kidding, but what I'm saying is that the quality that you can have in the output of a printer like this is mind-blowing with respect to what you could have had 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. So go check it out. It's a Canon Pro 310 and Canson Paper Infinity, and as well as the BenQ 4K monitor, and of course Imagine for helping us streaming for 3 days here from WPPI Las Vegas 2026.
Yeah. Excuse me, let me just bring this back. There we go. Okay, this is Untitled.
Untitled. Okay. Well, when it came, it's a wow work. Very impactful. So initial impression is wow. When I'm looking more at it, I enjoy it, but I also start noticing some small discrepancies. Her pose below the neck is very soft and feminine. Look at those hands. Look at those curves of the hands. Fantastic. Yet above the neck, she's very statuesque. There is no gentleness as we see in the rest of the pose. So consider making the pose cohesive. If it's about femininity and gentleness and curves and softness, make it all about that. If it's about strong femininity and power, then do something different with the body. Technical, small, really it's like nitpicking. Look at the highlight on the hand frame left. It's a bit overpowering. We don't see highlights that strong in the rest of the everywhere. So just those tiny things. I'm going to repeat myself from yesterday, but when you're preparing for competition, print, test, print. Sometimes helps to print in black and white also. Put it upside down in your hallway or kitchen or somewhere for a week at least. For a week, 10 days. And when you go past it, circle with a pen where your eye lands. Then you would see everything that pulls attention. And decide, do you really want people to go there? All that said, very strong work. For me, it's a strong silver. And I applaud in the maker.
Fantastic. There's a lot going on in this print with the maternity, the pearls, the feathers, the arch, the floor. My eyes aren't landing really anywhere at the moment. I'm kind of darting around a little bit, but there's a lot happening in there. You've just lost the edges of the circle at the end, which is on the left and right hand sides here. Just need that little bit more detail there. Agree with the arms and the pose as well. Now, I'm not the best technical print, but the skin color, you might be able to help me out here, but the skin color I find is I can't even, what's the word am I looking for, Sarah? The skin color, I don't know if it's kind of patchy or blotchy or a little bit green, or it's a little bit like, there's lots of different colors and tones in there.
Is there some artifacting going on there on the print? Let me come on.
Yeah, I think we have some artifacts going there in shadows. So this skin tone is not consistent. I see on the monitor, much better.
Yeah, I think the monitor's better. Does that make sense? Have I got some?
Sarah, maybe you can comment on that, please.
So what's happened is that there is some artifacting in the print, and I'd have to invest. When I say artifacting, I mean, hang on, let me put my webcam on. So when I say artifacting, I mean that there's stripes of colour down the leg, and it's the tonal values and the colour are blocking up and clumping together into stripes. And I'm curious to see now. It's not there on the digital file, which makes me think. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to investigate as to why that would happen. But I'm guessing that the file was manipulated in 8-bit, and that is, even though we can't see it, it's there, and it's being rendered on the print. I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. What happens is when you manipulate the file in 8-bit, the what is it? The God, end of show. Sorry, brain. But what is it?
Before you pick your brain,
Yeah.
I know what's going on.
What's going on?
Because it's one of my tricks.
Yeah. Oh my God. Dario's been playing tricks, right? So he deliberately printed incorrectly in some cases to see if we would spot it. You.
So and guess what? They always spot that something was off, right?
No, the judges did not let it slip, so we noticed.
Amazing. So
We passed the test.
what happened here was that I've intentionally used a very aggressive curve on the output printing. Therefore, I was losing intentionally some details, like burning out informations on the dark part of the print, and I flattened a little bit the highlights as well. So the whole thing was messed up. Not too much, but enough to be noticeable to a trained and an educated eye. And so thank you guys for picking up on that, because that's what happens a lot of the times. Now, I did it printing. Usually this type of issue happens during the editing, so it's something that we do on Photoshop. I did it on purpose now here just to make it quick and see the result, but that's exactly the same thing that we unfortunately do too often, and particularly using aggressive actions on Photoshop and stuff like that.
Yeah, which is why I was confused, because usually I would see it in the digital file. So at this point I'm like, okay, well, it must be that just the paper is picking up what we're not able to see. But no, Dario had his little mischievous hat on and was playing tricks. He's trying to catch us out to see if we really know what we're talking about.
And sometimes I surprise myself.
Yeah. Well done, Mark. Fantastic. All right. Title is Gentle Guidance.
Yeah, I think as a family print for the family, this is really sweet. It's a nice little moment being captured, and it's something that they would cherish and keep for a long, long time. In terms of an award standard, it probably sits in the mid to mid 70s range, just because the connection, I feel like, even though the title is a gentle moment, I still feel that there's a little bit, they're not as, I don't know, I think of a gentle moment as like it's a hugging, embracing, gentle moment. And this is where the space between the little boy and the mum is so far, and it looks like she's leaning back as well. And where a little bit of a gentle moment in my eyes is more of a closer embrace. And this is where a great family sellable print that the client would love, but in terms of an award standard, I feel that it's not getting the connection that I would hope for it to achieve. But in saying that, from a lighting and posing point of view, the posing I've spoke about, but the lighting and the printing, it's really nice and soft.
Well, it's a strong professional work, and I'm sure the client loved it and will cherish it for years. For the competition, also I agree with everything Mark said about the title, and because here we see the gentle moment between the boy and the toy, and mom admiring what she's observing. So it's not really between mother and a child. So the title gets us a little bit confused. As far as technical aspects, a bit strong writing, it pulls attention. As far as styling and editing, it's all about little details. Look at the top of mom's head, her hair. The line between her and the backdrop is so strong, it's almost angular, and it pulls attention. So if it's all about softness, make that hair soft as well. No harsh lines. Look at her clothes right behind her shoulder. You see the fabric kind of separates from the body. That is another point that pulls attention away, because we like triangles, we like shapes, and those shapes really do the trick. We're really looking at them. So those triangles in the hair, in that fabric separating from the body behind her shoulder, really pulls attention. So all those little details. Besides that, I want to say that very strong composition. I really enjoy it. Professional work, lovely.
Yep. Between Worlds.
Okay, this is an example of a great title. Between Worlds. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. So I'm like, okay, that's a veil. That's a baby. Is it her wedding day? And now she's breastfeeding. And she doesn't want to wear her wedding dress, obviously, while she's breastfeeding. So she's just kind of looking after the baby first before she's going to walk down the aisle. And she's in between worlds of being a bride and a mum at the same time. And this is where a title really excites me, because now I've got the story instantly. So in terms of impact, it's really awesome. I think it's really cleverly done. In terms of the lighting on the face is just beautifully placed. The baby you can see is just right on in there. And then the fall light, you've got just enough light in the veil at the bottom and the legs to see the shape, and just the placement of it all. It's just a really gorgeous print. I would score this high 80s, and this is where in the challenging zone, if someone was like jumping on this and scored it like a 91, 92 and wanted to challenge, I could probably be easily swung in that case. I might be gun shy, sticking in the 80s. But the only thing I would change, if you had the chance, is just that finger right there sticking out the baby's bum. It's just in the most awkwardest, littlest position. And I don't know whether it would be better to wrap the hand right around or to hide the hand. But just that is the only thing that in this whole print that's annoying me.
This is such an impactful work, and actually I loved the title, and it really helps me to connect with her expression. He is really in her own world, and it's that time, having the baby. It's really such a strange time when you shifting your way of life, and identity is shifting too. So I'm all connected to her expression and reading that story. What pulls me away from that story? This styling. Look below the waist, what she wears under. That garment really pulls attention. And I do understand that, after birth of the child, there need to be something supportive, the body changing, but it's a different story. So if it's all about her expression and connecting to her psyche, it's not needed. Because that horizontal line of her garment really kind of competes with her face. And another tiniest thing. So it's all about softness, so be careful about straight lines. So look under the armpit, you see the very strong line there. With everything else is such, soft. All the lines are quite soft. That line is a bit, harsher. It's too loud. All that said, incredible work. upper silver for me.
I quite like her underwear. What do you call it? Undergarment, whatever it is. I think that adds to the end of the story. That adds to that story. It is the harsh line. It's the breaking point. It's uncomfortably like I don't like it from a technical point of view, but I like it from like she's a new mum and she's trying to just keep it all together type thing. So this is the beauty of that judging process. Is like I get why it's really like visually it's annoying, but storily, is that a word? Storily? But for the story and conceptually, it fits into place in my eyes.
That would be a beautiful moment of a challenge because yes, and it's the second time we not agreeing with Mark on a dual subject. So care about that. For me, like make this story stronger when it's one point of interest. When there's something competing between itself in the image, some judges would say, my attention kind of divided. So really, the story is not that straightforward. But you see, Mark has different opinions, so it's really point of challenge.
Too cute to be working.
Okay, as a concept, this is really quite great. Unfortunately, as an execution, the honeycomb looks like it's made out of concrete. And the purple is so strong. I feel like I'm getting all these conflicting textures, and this is where it's just not congruent in my brain to be like, okay, I get what the photographer's trying to achieve, but I think the execution is letting it down purely because of the elements that they've chosen, not because of the idea. So to kind of, I'd be scoring this a mid-70s. In terms of getting it into a bigger scoring range, it would really need to have a lot of elements switched out, because I find that it's too conflicting with the bright yellow. Obviously, it's the bee, but then you've got the flowers where they get the honey from, but it's those, but then the honeycomb, I think it's the honeycomb that's doing my head in. That I just can't connect with the honeycomb part of things, and just the texture that they've chosen. In terms of the babies and the pose, they've nailed it. Like, they're twins. They're supposed to look identical. And apart from the hand at the bottom, that's pretty much the only thing that's different between them. So if you're going to pose babies together and you want them to be identical, symmetrical, it does need to have that level of detail. Either it's got to be identical or don't go kind of like it's close but not. But there's lots of little tips and things that you can take away from this, but I'd love to hear what Tatiana's got to say.
You didn't really leave me much to say. Everything you said really on point. It is initially impactful work, but then it falls apart. What I enjoy is that oval. Yeah, oval mat is beautiful. Just be really careful about putting a lot in there. Choose what you want to show. Choose it, and then make it the subject. Because here it's just too much. We don't know what is the subject. The baby, the concrete, the flowers. Like, it's all vivid and in your face and beautiful in itself, by itself. But all together it's like, okay, what is the subject?
And with that being said, I am unfortunately leaving you, Sarah.
Mark, it's been a pleasure.
Always
Thank
a pleasure.
you so much for being here. What I will do is I will step in and I will join Tatiana.
And if no one said it lately, you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
You both. Yeah, big round of applause. I don't think that people understand how valuable these sessions are until they have the opportunity to get proper feedback, redo the work, and re-enter. And we did these in Australia forever ago. They were called print critique nights.
Yeah.
And you would do print critique nights, and you would be like, right, I'm looking to enter these, and you get feedback, and then you make adjustments, and then you enter, and then you win awards. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like this amazing little flow here.
I know.
And I think that it's an element that's been kind of lost throughout the COVID time, and
Yeah.
we are forever grateful for what you and Dario are
Thank
doing.
you.
It's awesome.
We really love that everybody gets to see a print of their image. You have to be an award winner to see your print. You don't have to be, hanging on the gallery. Here, what we do, this is the training ground to get there. So that's what we're going to do. Mark, thank you so much. Give us a kiss. Thank you. We couldn't do it without the judges, by the way. So, right. So I will print handle and I will man the Lightroom, and let me just switch the live stream so that it's on the right setting. There we go. All right, and I will come around. Oh, great. Fantastic.
So excited to judge again with Sarah. I'm so excited to judge with you again. I know. Actually, it's my 10th year. You're nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, arriving to conference really opens new world of friendships, of new opportunities. It's when I came here for the first time, I thought we like one time only, but no, it's so addictive. I love it. Yes, you really opening new universe.
Right. So.
Okay, while Sarah's looking, I'm curious about the title. Actually, it might. Oh, sorry, Sarah, I'm making you work double.
Finding her strength.
Ooh. I think that title really worked for the image. I appreciate this strength in her pose. And that near profile. And the beautiful geometry of the image. I enjoy the composition. 2 points. There's a lot of information missed in the shadows. And I'm not quite sure if the paper choice is optimal for that image. I would let Sarah speak on that. But I would really love to see more details in the shadows.
Yeah, the shadow, the blacks is really the main issue. Unfortunately, we're not able to experience the beauty of these skin tones and the limbs and the connection between mother and child. Even though the mother is looking up and she's got her eyes closed, it's that there's still a connection through giving life to this child through the breastfeeding, and it's just, I adore shots of mothers feeding their children. I just, makes me broody again, makes me think about that time in my life as well. but because the blacks are just, the hair is just disappearing into the background, and above all the limbs at the bottom we're not seeing. So we're not really able to appreciate the majesty of this image. And I don't think it's the paper choice, because we can see on the histogram, there's just, the data's gone. It's just gone. So I think, so this is a, Dario, what is this? This the Barita? So in theory, this has got a much wider contrast range to be able to cope with a much more contrasty image. With a matte paper, it would be even worse. It would just be gone. So really, this is where we need to, as artisans, we need to go in and work that file and make sure that though that spike should be a good centimeter away, pulled in order to be, for everything to be read, because we can see it on the monitor, so we can see that background. But the problem is with the monitor is that the monitor has, even a calibrated one, has a dynamic rate, a contrast range. Sometimes, I mean, 1,000 to 1, compared to 80 to 1, or on a paper like this, it might be 300 to 1 under the best possible conditions. With a matte paper it's 80 to 1. So that contrast is just, it's visible there, but it's not on the paper, and it's not the fault of the paper, it's not the fault of the printer, it's the fault of the artist. So, and when I say fault, what I mean to say is that you have the power. We have the power to really do something about that, and we don't have to feel helpless and feel like, oh my God, my prints just aren't coming out right. It is possible to change it. Another thing I would love to see is just the legs, if they were visible, just to have perhaps, I would love to see perhaps this seated, because it feels a little bit odd. It's probably for the comfort of the subject, but that sort of being seated, we can't see what she's sitting on, and so there's this floating effect and we're not able to see. I think seated would be much more natural if the subject were able to get into, when I say seated I mean on the floor, so those legs could be out but visible above all. I think with that it would go up a bit, right? Yeah, I would place this high 70s. What do you think? Yeah,
I agree. And I also want to say that I applaud your boldness. It's a bold choice to, play with shadows that much. Don't be discouraged. Do it. Work with that, because when you're able to pull off details in the shadow, it's all beautiful. It's amazing. So be that bold, over and over.
fantastic. Dario, do we have more prints? Do we have more prints? We should have a red dress. Yeah. This is red on gold.
Red on gold.
Red on gold.
Okay, I would say that image has very strong initial impact. Bold choice of colors, red and gold. And then it starts to fall apart for me. The cropping is too tight. Be careful placing what is very important for you, the subject, to the, border of your crop. So I would give it a bit more room to breathe. And then again, think about the story. What it's about? It's about softness, it's about wind, it's about fabric flowing, it's about her, her gentle pose. What's it about? Because we see a lot of conflicting things going on, lots of straight lines in the fabric. Her foot is very firmly planted, so if you go in with graceful pose, ask her subject to kind of put her foot on toes, more like ballerina-like. Invite more bends in her hands, ask her bend the wrist little bit, so more gentle curves. Here we see a lot of very strong, powerful lines, and then it's sort of soft pose, so I'm getting confused.
Yeah, sometimes. So first of all, to the photographer, great, ambitious use of color and props and fabrics to create impact. Amazing job. Before we do that, though, we need to come back to basics a little bit. Focus on lighting, posing, and then add in whatever else we need if necessary. There are technical issues that are for competition level are going to be an issue. So before we go anywhere, we need to deal with those technical issues. The belly is very, very bright, and that's great because we're being drawn to the belly. So this is a maternity portrait. But the skin tone of the face compared to the belly, and with that head being so cropped, so tight, it's almost like the face isn't part of the picture. It's like it's fading away. It's sort of almost out of the picture. It's almost like belongs to a different body than the belly because of the skin tones and that brightness. So we've got much more magenta, very, very bright belly, and then this much, much more orange head. And think about your placement in terms of composition. If you look at where the head is, it's in a very weak place compositionally. It's not dead center, it's not on the third, so you're not making the most of those compositional tools that will increase the strength of your portrait. Then we come to little details like the fabric. There are some folds and some just little frays, there's some edges, there's some creases, and if the fabric is going to be there, it really needs to bring beauty and it needs to add something. Otherwise, it just feels like it's a prop that's been relied on to try to create drama, but it needs to be given the same attention that you would give to the skin on the face, for example. It's a strange lens choice because I feel like we're not so much lens choice, maybe positioning of the camera and the lens. I feel like we're pointing down a little bit on the subject. And I'm wondering why the foot needs to be raised on that box, which is somehow, it's jarring slightly. So we're losing the majesty of this figure because we are shooting somewhat down on the figure, and it's sort of foreshortening that body slightly. Whereas with all of this fabric, shooting from below, very, very slight, don't have to go down really low, but just a little bit, and just keeping those feet on the floor, it means that you're then able to make this figure look statuesque. So, yeah, loads of potential. At first impact, it's like, wow, and then our trained eyes just immediately picks up on all of these little things, right? So I feel like with some refinement, this could go a long way. And also, ask yourself, is this really necessary? Like, do we need 1, 2, 3 gold backdrops? Because we've got the one panel, then we've got another panel with texture, and then we've got fabric. Do we really need that? Is it adding? It's a bit like Coco Chanel said, before you leave the house, take off one piece of jewelry, right? Just keep it simple. So, yeah. Anything else to add on that?
I agree with all other choices. The very bold colors, lots of fabric around her. the more statuesque, more planted pose, something that tells us about strengths, will make more sense. So again, it's all about cohesiveness of the story, of the choices. Also, I want to mention that, to add to everything that Sarah said, in post-production, be mindful about everything that is not intentional, like all those areas in the fabric, because you kind of go in for soft lines here, there, and then we have those creases that can be removed in post-production. So, if you wouldn't paint it, remove it.
Exactly. That is just the best advice ever. If you wouldn't paint it, if you wouldn't take a brush and deliberately paint it, then it shouldn't be there. That's amazing advice. What were you going to say?
You weren't here, but do you think this is remember the red on gold image in the creative category? Do you think this is her dress in that? Remember it was called red on gold?
You used the same title, right? They had same title.
Yeah, do you
Yeah.
think that's the dress in that image? That's what I'm wondering.
Who knows?
I'm just wondering if they were named the same, if it was red on gold.
Yeah.
Like maybe that front dress.
We've had a few people with completely different photographers, same titles. So yeah, we need to start getting a bit more inventive with the titles.
Okay. That this image has a lot of potential, and it's all down to technical aspects. So another example of a very tight crop. Compositionally, it's a bit risky to go very close to the edge of the frame. So upper third, eyes a little bit above the upper third would be ideal. This is too close. Then we're looking at the cohesiveness of skin tone, and you see really competing shades. The pose also can be refined. The stitch in the fabric creates very strong line that really pulls attention away from the subject. So it's a bold move, and I applaud the creativity and intent and all, interesting choice of backgrounds. So yeah, continue playing, continue experimenting. Reconsider your composition, tight cropping, and post-production, and the pose. However, our subject is really connected to the viewer, and that shows me that you really can work with the model. She can pose for you like that. That's a strength.
Yeah, I love the expression there. Everything Tatiana said. It looks like, I might be wrong, but it looks like the background has been composited in, because there's some inconsistencies with the overlays, just that line coming down and the blending of the fabric. If you're going to do any kind of compositing, it's got to be flawless. It's got to be absolutely believable. Like, we have to completely buy into it. And so if you can see what I mean, just on the left-hand side, there's the backdrop. It just cuts off as the fabric is going, and really we should be able to see through it because it's transparent fabric. I might be wrong, but that's what it looks like in the frame. But other than that, I don't, just what you said. But loads of potential. Loads of potential. Choose your fabric a little bit better. I believe that the seams going through the edges is interrupting that flow out, and choose the fabric a little bit better. Once again, too many things going on as well. The tattoo, the glasses, the applique on the dress. We need to make it a little bit more simple. Make it more simple.
Impactful image. I love the color choices. I would say it's professional work in 70s for me. What doesn't help the image? So look at her. Her eyes are closed. She has that moment. There's something gentle about it, and the flow of the hair really supports that. This I enjoy. The hands, however, are very strong. We see hands in not really the optimal position. So what we want to see with hands, either side with the thumb or our pinky. We don't want to see, the front or the back of the hand really in the image. So maybe different hand position. Also pay attention to the area, the hair. We kind of start losing a bit of information in her hair. So those tiny details, and the crow is again a bit too tight. The bodice seems in value higher than her face. It kind of competes a little bit. So strong impact that then starts to fall apart. For me, it is professional work. I would say 78. With some finesse and a bit more room to breathe, it can go higher with different pose of the hands.
I apologize if I repeat something. I was concentrating on that, and let me just see what the title is.
All that said, styling is phenomenal. The crown, the bodice, the dress, the makeup. It's all wow.
Plastic Planet is the title. Plastic Planet. So this is the illustrative category. So Plastic Planet. So there's a story being told here, and we've got a subject who is cradling the planet. Clearly, dressed in plastic. I'm trying to. What do you think the significance of the rope around the sort of clouds? It looks like it's supposed to be a planet, but it doesn't quite look like a planet. So there's some issues of believability here. Illustrative needs to have believability, and I would say that the biggest issue with this is the technical aspects. The retouching, the handling of the file, the hair looks oddly out of depth of field. And I'm wondering if there's been some compositing or if it's just out of the depth of field. I'm asking questions because it doesn't look believable compared to the focus on the arm. So what's happening is that instead of enjoying the image and trying to read the story, I'm trying to figure these things out, and so therefore once the spell is broken, then it's very difficult to get that back. There's also a kind of a strange shape of the planet, so I've got all of these unanswered questions, and that all of those things need to be clarified before we can go up. Richard, welcome. Are you ready to step in, Eve, on this one? Go for it.
What were the comments so far? So on this image here, I'm gonna come from an aspect of working with what's there. Yeah. I'm going to work with what's there. How can we make this print better, right? And so the strengths I've already pointed out, but you also pointed out the things that are holding it back. So what I would do with this is I would take that image and I would extend the top, and you could even extend the bottom. I'm sure there's more fabric in there. And I would extend the bottom, but I'd give the top a lot more breathing room, because you need for that negative space up top to really bring you down into the image. Now, the things you can do, what category is this in?
It's illustrative.
Okay, so illustrative, you got a lot of latitude as far as what you can do on your retouching. So the things I see on this image, if we got to correct what we have, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to separate it from the background. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to just take her out. I'll leave the background like it is, and I'm going to pull her off of it, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to rim light that hair in the back and put detail in that black. You see where the black hair is, where it's just kind of blocked up? I'm going to put detail there and actually create a light source coming from the rear. That's going to give it a lot more depth. And because we took the subject out of the image and we got her on the layer, she's still on the layer below, we can do gradients underneath that to help blend that dark color to help give more depth. Yeah. And then as far as the actual shot, as far as the exposure, y'all probably already talked about this. I would really tone down the highlights in that cheek, upper lip, the nose, fingers, and the wrist there. And you also look like you have a little shift of like color harmony as the left arm, as you go down into that lower forearm, it goes into a dark area, you start getting a little muddy and blue. And so I would warm all that up. And you could do that simply by putting a color overlay over the top of it and bringing it down and putting it in soft light mode and kind of bringing it down to like 20%, which you influence the color a little better. And I would really pop that blue, but I would make that blue kind of tie in with a little bit more with that crown. And if you had that space up at the top, you would have a lot more room to view this thing. So that's, and I would give separation to the back of the dress as well. But I think if you did that, it's going to increase its odds of doing better in competition. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm like, she's got that chair.
Okay, and moving on to the next image.
Dario, it looks like we know all the same people.
This is Lead Me Not Into Temptation. Illustrative, Lead Me Not Into Temptation.
Can I take it on this? Okay. First of all, I'm going to talk about what I like about the image, and I love the fact that it's almost a little haunting. It's a very intense image as far as where is this going, what's happening, what's the story. You know, she's got lace over, so then you might lend yourself to, is it a wedding? Is this a bridal? But I think it's just it looks like a tablecloth that's been put over top of her to do this, to create that kind of hood look. So I love that storytelling. Now I'm going to talk about the things that hurt it really, really, I hate to say the word really bad, but that green in the overall image really makes that veil or lace look dirty. It's muddy, and then you got the warm colors on the edge where the skin's coming through, and it's not. And whenever you get that bluish green and you get it mixed with the warm oranges in the skin and the reds, it starts getting muddy and it starts looking bad. Now the hand, it's also been really heavily overworked, so that would have to be brought back a little bit. But in my opinion, and I know I said this the last time I was here, I'd turn it black and white, because this would be a lot more black and white with a black mat around it, and it would sing. And you take all those issues away, and you just got to correct the actual blocked up hand and the fingers and everything. And that hand, I would just take the hand out and bring lace over there, because the hand does nothing for this image, and it really pulls your eye down. So if you brought a piece of that lace over, covered that hand up, you could leave a little bit of skin behind, and it would totally pull your face straight to that subject.
Well, with everything you said, I agree to everything, all the points. I also want to add, be very careful about crop. So you need to go either much tighter or give it a bit more room above. Because when our subject meets the frame and there is really a meeting point, that creates tangent, and it's conflicting area, and that draws attention. So either just a little bit more room above her head, or cut much more into the hair. It's either or. Make your choice.
If you went here, you would raise it up, but if you come in here, you'd probably come.
And also, I think the black mat might be, might really help this image. But what I'm saying also,
do that again,
I
Richard.
want to look more and more at it.
The camera on the.
That image has a lot of potential, and it's really haunting.
Can you step this side, Richard? Just come on this side, and do it just so the camera can see.
Yeah. Wow.
Line coming up. You got a leading line coming all the way up to the lips. If you take that hand out and maybe do a crop like that, if you crop that top, I think that makes it more intense, more haunting.
I agree, 100%.
So, okay, I'm going to tell Jerry that was you. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's Velcro. Shh! Nobody tell Jerry. Nothing to see here. No, absolutely nothing to see. Okay, so we have the photographer in the. So Tatiana, you go first to get the microphone from Richard.
Before we go, can I give something to Richard?
Yes. Yeah.
Sarah, do you want the same image or next image?
No, I want to stay on this one for a second. Yeah. So we have the photographer in the chat.
Okay, great.
She's my friend, so
Okay.
I'm biased, right? But I'm going to. She said, "Oh, it looks awful printed, lol." No, it doesn't. So this photographer is very. She's got a very creative, dark mind. Like she does dark work, and I love this, but I loved your crop. Oh my God, when you did that crop, I was just like, yes. Now, I just tried turning it black and white. I'm not keen. I love the dirty. I think it's deliberately dirty. Right. It's, look at the sort of the knuckles and the redness around the nose. There's stuff going on here that, as I said, I'm biased. I just like the darkness, the dirtiness, the grunge, the grime. There is the delicious red lips with it, but there's redness around the lips. Why? Why is that there? Why are the knuckles red? There's a reason. Having said that, though, that crop was just amazing. So the photographer says it's the juxtaposition between purity and sensuality.
I want to comment on dirtiness. I think, if you intentionally do it, do it all the way.
Yeah.
Don't stop halfway, because then it's kind of, is it on purpose or is it a mistake?
Yeah.
Need to make a decision and go with it.
Also, Dario just said that he deliberately printed on the edition etching 2 to make it even grungier, to really emphasize it.
So it'd be better if it printed on a smoother paper?
Well, that was Dario's kind of attempt to make it more like that, to really lean into that. So I guess it's artist choice, really.
To answer to your question, would have been better? Well, this is the typical case where there is no right or wrong necessarily. There is more the look and feel that you want to achieve. My first instinct was to go for the edition etching because I wanted to have a subtle texture to add more of the the gritty and dark, moody type of shot. So I wanted to have the fabric, how do you say, the merletti pizzi?
The lace.
The lace. Coming more like three-dimensional with the text, helping with the texture of the paper. That being said, though, of course, it could have been the other way around and going for an ultra-smooth paper. What do you think, Richard?
I don't disagree with you. I like the fact in your explanation of it. I can accept the dirtiness of the image. The one thing that really pulls me out of the image is the hand. Even though it's got the dirt, it's not posed properly. It's just straight on and a straight knuckles.
Yeah,
and
it's too dominant.
It's too
right?
blocky. Yeah. And I do believe that it's very easy to take another image and do the lace if it's a creative category, and bring that lace over that. And you could still leave the hand there, just kind of subdue it in the background so that it's there, but you have a leading line going up. And that crop looked really intense.
Yeah, exactly. So. It was intense.
I want to comment on grunginess. What, in a way for me, is the saturation. So the color has a lot of power, and that yellowish greenish hues a little bit above her hand, it's like a color blotch. So I wonder if saturation would be a bit lower in that color. It might help the grunginess. What do you think, Richard?
It could, yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we talked about you and I have the same process when we convert a raw file, because we convert it for art, not for a final print, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if this one is done that way, but it appears to me that with the shadows looked a little blocked up in there. Maybe it's the paper that the blacks are. I don't know. However, if you did the process where you opened up all those shadows, you made sure there was detail in all those highlights, and you basically flatten the image out, then you can build that back up.
It is blocked up.
Yeah, and you can have all of that whole look there, but detail all the way through that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So, photographer in the chat, you know who you are. Her YouTube handle is Let's Make It Weirder. Just so you know, Yeah, she's awesome. She's really amazing. So she said, I appreciate the feedback. All that you said feels legitimate. And she said, I knew you would talk about the crop 100%. And she also, she said, I had something written up as to what she thought the feedback would be, and the hand was a major one. So isn't this cool that we're able to like come through the screen live from WPPI to Canada and do this.
But look how much we talked about that image, because really, like, the more you look at it, the more you want to look at it.
Yeah, I know.
It
I know.
really, connects.
And we have the luxury of look, with that's interesting.
It is
With the
interesting.
cream matte. Hang on, let me put the print view on. See, now I feel like it's too green.
You see it, that matte brings out, it makes it more green.
Yeah.
So I think what if you desaturated the lace?
Yeah.
You still would
It
have-
does. Yeah, I agree. I think the lace needs a bit of desaturation, and then you've got the blood red lips that are really popping through.
And that's so powerful.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, if they went with a more flat raw conversion, those lips would even have more depth to them.
Yeah. So, advice is bring out more data in the raw file so you've got more stuff to play with.
And it's definitely a savable image for competition. If
Oh,
you do
yeah,
the-
definitely. Great. Next print, please. What category?
It's the next block.
The next block, fashion? Yeah, fashion. Okay.
Okay, my first initial reaction is, wow, powerful, and then it kind of starts falling apart because the pose is kind of, there's nothing really about power. He's just tired after a long day, and yet the choice of the chair and the styling suggests something royal, maybe. So the story is kind of in between. Again, choose it and go all the way. So the pose can be much more intimidating. I also quite confused about that vertical line frame left. Does it need to be there? It creates that area of contrast, lightness, darkness, and that's what we're drawn to. So that kind of line really competes with the subject. I also want to say that I would want to see more details in the shadows. We're losing them. The lighting choice is a bit too harsh for the lush clothing and the that beautiful chair. It's like leather. I don't know, but it has that richness, and that very high contrast kind of kills it for me.
Very good. Okay, so I'm gonna talk first. I'm gonna start the subject and the storytelling. Now, he's got kind of a man spread, not straight on, but a man spread, and he's got this body language that he just doesn't really give a hoof, or I didn't want to use a bad word, but in his expression in his face, you could tell he's a little edgy, a little eccentric. The mustache, the beard, the look on the face, the haircut. I would probably almost looks European to me, possibly. So the pose you could make work with this, but you're going to have to bring everything else up as far as the shadow. You got to get detail in the shadows. That face is way too bright. If you look at it compared to the hands, the face is like a stop over the hands, so it needs to really come down. And again, not to keep harping on this, but this is another image that would really benefit from a flat raw conversion. And
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, yes.
because you would bring all those details up in the shadows, and you'd get a little bit of separation. Now, some of the technique and it looks like the maker intended for that background to go dark, and they kind of vignetted around the chair. But as you look, they didn't get into the chair. They kind of got this little halo around the edge of it, and that hurts it. Now, can I share a technique that's going to change their life?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
please.
So I'm a stickler for this, especially in that red. When you see that, it's a real contrasty, and I would probably bring that contrast down in the chair part, and where those black folds are at. There's a little technique. I'm gonna give you. If you're listening to this, write it down. But you're gonna use a mixer brush, okay? And all you need to use is a soft round. And when you go into the mixer, you need to make the flow at 15%. And what's the first one? The
Load.
load. Make the load at 15%. And then you want to sample all layers, do it on a blank layer, and then you come in and use that mixer brush and you smooth that out. Then you can bring the opacity of that layer down to where you can bring some of that texture back.
Yeah.
And it's going to totally, that red is a very powerful element in here, but it's giving confusing, directions there with those little black folds in it. And that mixer brush would really, really just make that thing sing. And you can also do that in the clothing as well. If you got some smooth jacket, wouldn't do it over jeans. You could do it over shoes as well. And I agree with Tatiana on that little wall right there that's kind of turning. It does give depth, but it is distracting to the image, in my opinion. I think it pulls away from the subject because even though his face is that bright, my eye keeps going back to that little slither there.
I also want to add a point about styling. So we have fur and that old-fashioned chair, and then the boots. So I was kind of checking with that black mat. Okay, would it improve it? For me, yes, because now with boots, it's so, out of the story, and we have a lot going on there in details, and by themselves, they gorgeous, but they just not part of the story. Choose one direction, go with that. If it's really, I don't care pose, why the fur? Why that red leather? Make it.
Did I read
make
the
it sense.
title? The title is Before the Storm.
I want the title to help, but I struggle with it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go totally opposite of that dramatic title. And with that red chair, you brought all that red out. You could bring some of those greens out that are in his clothing. Maybe even accent those shoes a little bit with his attitude. He's got that little beard. You call him Santa's illegitimate son. But what that does is when you do a title like that, it just totally makes the judges' brains go wild because they're like, and then they look at it a different way because it's not just a dramatic portrait. It's like he's got the attitude. It's like he's not being recognized by his father. You start putting all this story, and his father's giving all these presents to kids all over the world. I mean, you could take this and make a book out of it.
Oh my God.
I just love your creative
Your
mind.
brain.
And with that title, everything would make perfect sense to me. Otherwise, it's a lot of conflicts and I'm lost. But that title would totally bring everything together.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Next print, please. And this one is called Welded Wardrobe Industrial Safety Gown.
That's the title?
Yes. Welded Wardrobe Industrial Safety Gown.
First, you want me to go? Okay. First, I'm going to address the title. The title's real. I can't even remember it. It's
No, I can't remember either.
And so it really kind of takes me out of the story. And sometimes a title can do that. It can just totally just stump you a little bit, and then you have to create your own story where you're judging it to kind of pull out all the strengths to this image. This would be a fashion category?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a great fashion image. However, I'm going to look at the crop. The crop is bothersome to me with that fabric going off. However, again, what I said yesterday about the fabric, or even if you just had more fabric that you could digitally manipulate that's coming out of the frame, would make it more interesting as well and give it a lot more flow. And you know, it's shot, the lighting's pretty controlled. I would probably bring a little bit more detail in that really dark shadow areas on the upper right thigh and the left lower shin area. And it just feels a little tight. I think it needs a little bit more room, but I think it has possibilities.
Well, I know the maker, so I can be biased. Disclaimer.
That's allowed here.
It's a wow image, so impactful because of the colors. Like, you know, those blues and those warm greens, just wow. And like the pose below the neck, incredible. Look at those legs and, you know, all those lines and the bends of the hands and the muscles. Look at the muscles. Oh my God. The face. For me, the face kind of, you know, all that strength is kind of lost in her face because it's, you know, I'm not sure she's looking somewhere. It's not really profile. You know, I would want to see more strength in the face to match the strength of the body. And with that image, I hear industrial, I'm like thinking lines, lines, lines. And the body is all about lines. And the styling, those, I would assume, metal blue parts of the garment, you know, and, you know, that beautiful fabric going down. It's all about lines. Everything else, it's a bit too, you know, it doesn't belong to the image. It's softy, it's flowy, and also pay attention to the background. Look how busy it is, you know, because it attracts attention, you know, and all those variations in the gray, like, why is it there? Would you paint it if you would be painting that image? I doubt it. I mean, I would make the fabric as fluid as you can be, maybe with the help of a mixer brush, you know, to remove all those unnecessary details. And that shininess in the fabric above her head, it kind of different the story. So maybe the same fabric as, you know, you was using, you know, below the neck might help too, because it's just too much going on. But then this image has so many strengths. It's a wow image.
Oh, it's definitely a wow image. The background, busy. It's, you know, it's busy. It's got that backdrop on it. Let's take ourselves away from that backdrop for a minute, and let's bring that blue that's in that metal and that little blue reflected in the top, and bring that in the back. Extend the top all, like I would take that top all the way up to the edge of that paper, and then if I had more, because in this category you were allowed to do this, you could take that fabric and you could Photoshop it to where it flows upwards, and it's going to create like a little spiral coming down into the subject. So if you had this coming right here, and that extended all the way up, and you had that kind of almost a sea blue there, like in the back, extend the bottom out a little bit, and then you could actually, you know, you could put some elements there of sea bottom or whatever, but then you could call it water dancer, you know, and then you could go in a different direction with that. And that blue is going to take all that blue that's in there and really push it forward as well, and it's going to make that green just sing.
I love how your brain works.
I mean, I'm just transfixed by this person's physique. But do you know what? I know it's fashion, but I just want to I want to see this person fine art nude. I just feel like there's the physique and the sculpted, the incredible body is kind of a distraction from the outfit. And fashion is all about the outfit. So I'm like, can we pick one? And I would just get rid of all that fabric and just like, let's just have a gorgeous sculpted fine art nude, because the lighting's been handled beautifully on that, on the body there. So that's my kind of wish Because we can say in this, we wouldn't say this when we're officially judging. We wouldn't say, well, I would do this. Like, it's not about us, right? But you know how when you see an image come up, and I don't know if this happens to you, but my brain just kind of goes brrr and kind of does stuff, and you kind of think about the potential, and that's that's for me. I just feel like the subject is so strong. We don't need the fabric. That's how I feel.
To what you said, when you get up there and all these
people
don't understand, when we're a judge, we got this little bit of time to really soak this thing in, and that's why the first comment we go with how does it make you feel? What is it? How's the story? And what people don't realize is when you sit down in front of an image, especially one that really hits on all cylinders with you, you got, it's like all these words that are in your brain are spinning around, and you have to catch one.
Yeah.
And because they call on you, and you have to just catch one and go with it. And
think of something.
And then as other judges are talking, all these little words are just going into place. And so if you get a chance to do a rebuttal or are able to talk again, then everything starts to make sense, because sometimes we need a whole panel just to formulate the thought, because some of us will be here and some of us not get it. And if you bring it all together, I mean, the group, when you hear other people talk, I didn't see that. And so, you learn. We're actually learning from each other while we're up here, which is how great is that? Oh,
God, it's amazing. That's why we love sitting here for hours, doing 6-hour live streams.
100%. Love learning from each other.
Okay.
The author just joined us.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, yeah. Oh, thinking of you.
We have the photographer.
Do you want to say something about your image?
Sorry, I missed the beginning. I had the wings.
Share the story.
Share the story. Okay, yeah, sure.
Come and take a seat.
Okay. Were you on a lot of caffeine when you gave that title?
I can see that you were flying here.
Oh, man, had to get
the maker carrying huge wings. Look at him.
Some beautiful black feather wings.
Kayla Douglas is best. Okay. Richard, what was the question? I'm on a lot of caffeine all the time. Yeah, this is a model that I work with a lot. I had a piece last year. It's the same model when she likes my weird ideas. So her boyfriend is a welder, and we decided we wanted to do something very industrial. So the idea of this one was kind of those crazy safety colors that you see throughout industrial zones, that super perfect. Look at that. We're right there. That super bright. That super bright yellow, green, neon color, and then that safety blue that they have all over the industrial areas, and that was really the inspiration for this. So the same thing with the background. I wanted that dirty industrial background to just fill out that area. It wasn't supposed to feel super clean in my head.
So let me say this. With that title, going that industrial route, especially that background, what if you put elements like angle iron or something that's more industrial, like in the background? You maybe could style it there that would help add to that story. It's a hard jump for a judge to go from that title to what you just said, and so you have to kind of lead us a little bit and give us more information, because with that title we don't have enough information to get your story. And so if you simplified the title a little bit more and then put the industrial stuff in there somehow. Maybe it's just something you create and you make out of foam and it's got little bolts on it and you hang it in the background. I don't know. But something that adds a little bit of texture to it in depth.
This is a working series where I have, I think, 4 different concepts. The original idea was to submit all 4, and then it exactly has that. I have some safety screens in the background of one. There's a torch, a welding torch with a welder's mask in another. So I was hoping the whole series would come together, but this is part of the reason I come here and do this, because you as judges, if you see a series within competition, does it register to you if there's enough things in common that you start to think about that? Or is it something where each individual piece needs its own, like you're saying, like I need more elements in this one, the other ones just don't matter?
Even in a series, each piece stands on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, unless they present it in the same mat. Yeah, no, each piece is treated individually.
Which in a competition, do you want to see that type of thing? Like 4 pieces together? Would that be interesting?
That might be interesting. Yeah, if you did either a triptych or 4 of them together. I mean, I like triptychs. I like odd numbers. But yeah, I think what would be even cooler is if you had that triptych there and all the fabric connected from each frame.
Yeah. Do you know, I mean, you just take a look at the gallery and you can see that people are getting bolder and bolder and braver and, so if you think of something unusual.
Isn't that the wonderful thing about this and
it
the wonderful thing
you.
about this competition? Because not only are we being judged by the best in the world, but, I mean, they reward creativity.
Yeah.
And so it's just amazing that when you look at that kind of caliber, looking at your work, you want to try to really impress them and hit it, and doing different things like that. This actual competition raises the level so much. It gives you permission to say, I'm going to go to that next level. I'm going to do some 3-dimensional mats. I'm going to do fabric. I'm going to do this. Now, to what Sarah said earlier about she didn't care about your fabric. she just wanted the girl.
I just want the just that body.
Y'all are all visual people.
She's a sculpture, it's. Oh, okay. You've already done it, so that's why you're just like, now let's put some clothes on. Okay.
That is one of the most incredible bodies to do with the fine art nude that you could possibly do.
Yeah.
And I want to give you an idea. Okay, if you could photograph her again. It gave me this idea with that long ponytail because it looks like a rope. All right, so if you had her from the side profile, split lit, with an actual rope, she's climbing a rope, but the rope is actually her hair coming through her legs, and she's climbing up.
Oh my God! Mind blown.
You're gonna see some stuff.
Your ideas, something. But yeah, I see.
Richard just comes up with that for breakfast. He's just like, yeah, there's an idea. There's another idea. There's another idea. Amazing.
I want to say that it's
Amazing.
Incredible to see creator finding their own path. And Justin, I see it in your work. You really, paving your own road. And that's incredible. And you're already getting results from that. And you're searching. And that search is just beautiful.
We're trying, one of the things that is tricky is how far do you go, right? So in this competition with that paint piece that ended up placing, doing that UV printing versus when I got Sarah's critique originally, she talked about a green line on the mat, is both too much. Where is that line? And that's where taking risks, I'm trying to learn how to take those risks in a way where you don't go.
You have to spend a little bit of money on testing.
Oh yeah, and I'm totally on board with that.
Yeah, just see what it looks, because you don't know. You can't, you can imagine it, and then when you see it, you go, oh no, actually no.
Yeah.
So just do test prints, try, and then you find out.
Yeah. Well, I love the idea of the triptych situation with this, because this set in particular, it gets that kind of thing, and we also I had a horizontal piece with like a bunch of sparks and stuff in the background. So you could do even what would we call it, a pentic at that point, 5 pieces. But it's whatever that piece with the centerpiece being horizontal and getting verticals. That type of thing is beautiful, and setting it outside, something different for judges to see.
Yeah.
But see, that's why the judging room is so cool, because now we can work this stuff out.
We're having this is the conversation. This is the group. Yeah, brainstorming.
How far do you push it?
Not as far as I should.
Okay, so that whole idea I told you about, whether you go with the 5 or the 3, and you call me, I'll go over the phone with you and I'll show you how to do it. I'll show you what products to get, and I'll do a little fabric. If it made the finals and you digitally had that connecting, we could bring fabric over that, just because I'm into fabric now. And we could take that fabric hardener on there, and it'll be hard as a rock. But you get really, really thin material, almost translucent, in the same color, or get close. You could paint it the same color. You put that, and if you brought that, people would think, oh, that's too much, that's too far. It would she would be going through the roof. She'd do a 5-minute commentary on it. And because we love that transition from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional, and so you got my demonstration for you on that to see if you can do it, but it's probably going to hurt your brain a little bit, and you're probably going to want to do all kinds of crazy stuff then. Okay. And I told him on his green image that placed with the
Yeah.
drips and stuff, and it's just got the paint. I said, do that, but
Yeah.
make it skin.
Yeah.
You know, do something like just, and I can tell you how to do that too.
I like it. I like any challenge.
And you're actually you were on the America's team, USA, for the Nations Cup as well. And when he was up there, he said, you know what means the most to me is like, I'm up here with you.
Oh.
How cool is that?
Third place for sure. You, Susan Stripling, all these names that are just.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Amazing job.
Appreciate it.
And do you notice our names are on those trophies too?
Oh, that's what.
This is crazy.
I love it.
It's fun. USA, I'm just saying. Sarah's turning her head when I go USA.
I'm doing my job.
Okay.
Oh, this is Justin too. Amazing. This is a masterclass for Justin.
I took advantage of a beautiful opportunity,
I'm so glad you got back to see it, because you came and asked me 3 times, and I'm like, when I saw your name, I was like, oh no, where is he?
Ended conference trying to tie everything up. It's crazy. I'm so grateful to Dario. He texted me. Like, okay, I'm on my way.
I want to commend you on your control of light.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, in this day and age, to have that kind of precise control is just, it puts you on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? And I love this image. I think it's great it could go in boudoir, it could go in fashion. But here's my take on it. I wouldn't change anything about it except for this. I'm a big believer in fluid motion. Okay, you got motion to this, but it's almost getting stumped. It's cropped too short. Okay, I would extend the crop just a little bit and have that fabric flow out a little bit more to where you had more room to come into her. And that little slither of hair right there where you got it cut off, I think it should probably come down just to cover that hair up, because that little bit of hair to me is distracting. And but this would do very well in fashion category if you did a couple little adjustments, made sure the details all in the blacks, especially in that underneath of the hair, and that can all be done with your and Sarah and I were talking yesterday and today about doing a flat conversion in your raw file. What we do is we pull up all the shadows and we flatten the image out, and we make sure we got all details in the white. So, because what we're editing for at that point is to do artwork over the top. You don't edit it to like a final fashion image or anything, because if you go and start doing artwork, you're going to block it up really fast. You're going to have a lot of struggles. And I was so happy to hear Sarah has that.
Breaking the rules, but you're breaking the rules beautifully, and it works. But make it cohesive. If it's all about crispness of that flow, make that fabric crisp as well, and control your highlights. You see the highlights on the fabric frame, right? They really compete with the subject. So we have dual subject here, and the conflict within the frame, and the eye looks kind of jumps, left, right, and you're like, okay, where do I want to land? So I would say control the highlights throughout and reconsider depth of field.
That one highlight on the right breast material fabric, just a little bit of blue in there, just to tone it down or something, a little bit, because it does pull my eye. Now, when it pulled my eye, I love the texture in that, the folds coming down from there. It just is beautiful and perfect. And also the nails maybe manipulate that, or you see where the tan line is underneath the right breast. You also have that tan line under there. I think by going in and taking that skin color, put it on a different layer, and just painting, you can paint it at 100% and then put it in darken mode and then bring the opacity down, and it will only fill in the whites. And so it would tone down those highlights very easily. It's just darken mode. You put it on a separate layer, just paint it with the skin tone that's in that area, and then bring it down. You'll be amazed at how beautiful that looks.
Okay, beautiful.
The more I look at it, the more I think that, the left of frame, so strong, like it's like she's dressed in liquid water or something. Yeah, if all that would be throughout the image. It's like It's like a dance. I love it.
That fabric is so, like, the way it hits the wind is, it's like liquid metal. It's amazing, and it reflects everything around it. It is. I've used it so many times now just because I can't get enough of what you're talking about. Those textures of fabric. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
You could technically take that same fabric and use it into these images I was talking about doing and that's a more of an embellishing technique for a print.
Right.
But however, you could design it with that in mind for the end.
Right. Well, if it's preconceived, like you're saying,
Right.
higher conceptual, not after the fact.
The thing, you don't even know how talented you are, really. I mean, seriously, I've seen all your work. I've been looking at you for a couple years, and you're just such a nice guy, and you're humble. And I tell you, we need more people like you in this industry.
I was literally going to say that. So, this is fantastic, fantastic. Also, guys, just one final note about the monitor and the print. Isn't it amazing how we can enjoy both?
I love the
Yeah.
feeling of realism and just
And once you fall in love with this picture on the screen, then I turn my head to the right and I see the Barita Prestige 2 by Canson Infinity popping all the horsepower in your file. Oh my God, this is I'm salivating.
That is the perfect paper for this image. I mean, it's a commercial image, and it pops with that paper. Don't cry on me. Don't cry. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. She asked, why is it different on the paper? Well, when we judge, we're judging prints, or unless we're judging digital. So we don't have the luxury of seeing both. Now, it may be on the monitor, but we're not allowed to look at the screen or the projector. We judge what's in front of us. And a print can change a lot of ways depending on your color profile, what paper you're using, because you can print it on the wrong paper and it doesn't look very good. You print it on the right paper and it wins awards.
Can you, I'll show you in a second. If you take the print away from the print viewer and you look at it under this light, you'll see something completely different. So this is the optimal viewing conditions. And this is very close. Like, look how close it is. And this is also an Adobe RGB monitor. This might look a little bit less contrasty than what you're used to seeing. That's because most commercial monitors that you just buy, also the MacBook or just any computer monitor, is really intended for movies and games. And so they push up the intensity of the contrast and the saturation to crazy levels.
What kind of
and
monitor?
It therefore does not look anything like the paper. This is much, much closer. But it's a BenQ, yeah, BenQ.
BenQ monitors, I'm a firm believer. I got 3 of them, and I wouldn't trade them for anything.
They're also, it's always going to look different because this is backlit and it's just a completely different medium. Then when you print on different papers, they're also going to look different because each paper is different. So they all have different qualities. And then it'll look different on the phone as well. Well, yeah, when you say different, what are you seeing that's different? Just so I'm understanding. It was, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What's the number one problem with that situation?
Well, I would say that usually the problem is that the print comes out looking dull compared to the monitor. When it's printed on the right paper, it sings. Okay, so it's given wings to fly that normally doesn't happen, right? Okay. And that's a good print. Yeah.
However, all of that cannot happen unless accurately or consistently unless your monitor is calibrated properly. And it is so important to keep your monitor calibrated.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course you can. That's what we're here for.
You're perfect on target here.
Yeah.
This is your safe place to learn, question things. Absolutely. That's why we are here. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is very impactful image. The connection is wow. Your control of highlights, if a creator is in the room, is amazing, because this is it's highly reflective, golden fabric, and yet it's gorgeous. Nothing distracts from the subject. Very strong work. Couple points to consider. I mean, for me, I would, with the fabric, I would either like to see a little bit more neck, so the face is not disconnected, or cover the face a little bit more, so it kind of, right now it sits in between for me. I also wonder about composition. Those eyes a little bit higher. I mean, historically, if you would flip through fashion magazines, like 50 years ago, that would be exactly what you would see in a magazine. Now, if you would notice, the eyes usually placed a little bit above the nose. It gives more wow, more impact, more connection, so it gives more. So I wonder if you can play with that, with composition, and see if it, it'll give that more wow effect.
I always call that
Wonderful.
I always call that a magazine crop, when you've got, like, it's going through the forehead, or you've just got enough for a title, and then the eyes come right underneath the magazine cover title.
Now, I'm going to say this pertaining to the crop. I find photographers just traditionally shoot too tight. And especially when you get in a situation like this and you get it in the computer and go, oh, if I just had a little bit more space. Well, the cameras we use today, the files are so big, and we can do anything in Camera Raw or Lightroom to make those bigger if we need to. So I would recommend to people, pull back a little bit. Give yourself some options. You can always crop in, but it's very hard to extend it out. You have to go through a lot of work to do that. Now, I agree with everything Tatiana said, and to me the image is just, it's pow for a fashion image, I guess a cosmetic image in a magazine would be great for that. I do agree the eyes need to be a little bit higher, and the neck is a little bit, the neck not showing, kind of chops it off a little bit, but it's such a good image. The actual editing on it is done so well. And I got to say something about that paper. That paper is just the bomb. Because if you look at that image straight on, it looks matte. It looks like a matte fine art paper, but you look at it and then it just has this beautiful sheen to it. And it really adds, and I think why those gold colors are popping so well out of that. And as far as editing, I mean, there's not really anything you could really do to improve it, except maybe bring a little detail in that blocked up area in the hair, maybe add a little bit, and you can even paint that in and blend it in if it's not there. But I mean, I think Sarah will agree with me, with the files we have today, you could pull that out anywhere, and if you got something that's so underexposed and you bring it up and it starts to break up, you can use the mixer brush and that technique I said earlier to kind of smooth all that out.
I want to compliment the color harmony is just wow. But also with that beautiful pose, like if you would look closer, she sits with her back to the viewer. So we would see beautiful neckline and that shoulder. So, as I said, either show more of the body so the face is not disconnected, or go tight on the face and that body is not really a story. Very impactful work.
I have a little constructive critique on the skin. It's a little bit over sharpened on the skin, a little bit crunchy, just on that texture layer, a tiny bit. I can see a little bit of noise where, you know, yeah, it's just that texture layer that's just a little bit crunchy. But I'm talking like I'm really being really, really nitpicky. You know, when images get the higher they go, the more myopic you get in terms of the critiquing, when you start getting really picky about stuff. But it's beautiful. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Grain is just it just makes everyone look gorgeous. It just like smooths everything out. Not always, but yeah, exactly. Shall we check? Let's do the next one.
I have a question. So you guys leaned in when looking at the image. Is there an ideal viewing distance that you choose, and how close can you put your eye to the image before it's considered pixel peeping and it's not great?
Did you just say pixel peeping? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
In sports, that's the word. Yeah.
But yeah, you go first.
Usually when the chairs are usually probably, I would say, anywhere from 36 to 48 inches from the viewing. And the reason we lean in is because they won't let us wear reading glasses. I'm just kidding. But because you get up there, and what we're trying to see is because when you look at it straight on, you could have just like the last image, you have that sheen of that beautiful paper on there. And it looks flat it looks like fine art paper from head on, straight on. And so a lot of times we're trying to see, does that paper have texture? How does it, how does it blend with the image? And so, I mean, we're not going to get up there and hold our phones up to it and, detail it out, because that's not what we're there for. And, but it's, you do want to get up there and look, because some of these images are really small, and the subjects and the facial expressions are small. You got to get up there.
So there's no rule when it comes to judging. There's no rule. We do both. We sit back and we take it in, and we go. I go as close as I can, because I'm looking for refinement and technique in some very small areas. And there are people who are so precise that when you go in and you look, every tiny detail is absolute perfection. And then there are other images that don't have that. And what we're trying to do is reward the people who have that level of refinement. So it's not really pixel peeping, because pixel peeping is when you go to beyond 100. Let's say we go to 300 or more, and then we start, we start going in to where you can actually see the pixels. That's not what we're able to see in real life. So when I'm judging online, I don't zoom in, because I'm not able to zoom in on the print. I'm only able to go up and see the print exactly. Because if you go to 400%, you can see all kinds of things. So my rule is that if it's 100% at the print size, then it's game to be criticized if I can see it, right? So if I can't, then I can't. Now, my advice is to pixel peep while you're working, because if it looks perfect at 300%, then you can relax. It's going to look perfect at print size. However, be careful, because at 300%, it might look realistic. And then as soon as you zoom out and you print it, it looks overdone. So you always need to be zooming in and out to make sure that you're viewing it at the print size. So that means getting your Photoshop set up so that Photoshop, when you click view print size, it's actually showing you the real print size. So you need to kind of do a little bit of homework about how to set your resolution settings in Photoshop so that is correct.
Sarah, what would you say that on that print right there, that's what, about 25-33% of your actual viewing, like if you were viewing this in the computer versus this print, that would be what does that say right there, that size?
Fit. I don't know what that is.
But
let's try and get it.
Because on a print, you can't zoom in. You can
That's-
walk up, but you're never going to be able to
Yeah,
enlarge
that's
the image.
50%.
That's 50%.
Yeah.
Okay, so most images are going to be anywhere from 33 to 50% the viewing. So when you go over 100%, I mean, some of that detail is not going to be seen because of the viewing size of the image.
Yeah. And especially if you're removing blemishes that you can only see at 300%, that's when it gets overdone. That's when you zoom out, it looks too plastic, it looks overdone.
I also want to mention that the creator has some, room to decide how small or how big you can print. There are rules, competition rules, but still, like, you can choose. This print could be bigger. It's really up to the maker.
Yeah, absolutely. So some people like to print as small as possible because they're like, that way nobody's going to see any mistakes. You can hide a lot of stuff. But if you're really good at your craft, you can print bigger because then you can show off a lot of detail and refinement that maybe you're good at. So smaller isn't always better because you might actually be hiding some of your skill if you're very, very good at those details.
And traditionally in print competition, I know there was a period here at WPPI where they had to change the rules because people were printing too small.
Yeah.
And what that does is, I like to print my stuff as big as I can because I have so much work into it. I want that work to be appreciated and
exactly.
seen.
Yeah, me too.
And a lot of times when you print small in a competition, you're trying to hide issues with the image. And it does a good job. A lot of images won when it's small, but they changed the rules. This image here, to me, I'm all over this image. You talking about fashion category. I mean, this is the bomb. I think it's a great concept. There are some things that I would critique as far as making it a little bit better, and I think we could do a little bit more work in that face and the shadow under the nose, and she's supposed to be pale, but she looks too pale. You either need to go all the way white pale, or you need to add a little bit of color in there. But also, this is another image that could benefit from a flat raw conversion with all those blacks and those details. It could bring those up. Now, I'm going to talk about creative changes that I would make on something like this, but especially it could be digital or it could be print as well. One, I love this whole concept and the way she's got those little paper chains coming out. But I would take this dress and I would go all the way down. I would just bring it down just like that. Leave these here and bring that all the way down, and you create a whole nother level of depth and a viewing environment for the subject. Then, if you're doing this digitally, I would take and duplicate that top bun and make 3, because triptych 3s, odd numbers are always better than even numbers. And so put that on there, and that's going to give her a little bit more height, right? Then you take these little paper chains and you just carry them off the frame. And then even though it's not a 3-dimensional piece, you create a 3-dimensional feel to it. And some people go, I want to put shadows or drop shadows. Don't ever do that. but bringing out those details, and you could, now some of this stuff is subjective. Okay, it's stuff that I would do. It's what I think would improve it. But if the the maker intends for it to look like this, then you have to go with that. And it would depend on whether the judges got it or didn't got it, or they didn't like it. But that little shadow area and the nose shadow is really bothering me. Is that bothering you?
Well, very impactful image. Look at, we're already discussing it in such depth, and I love, Richard, your creative ideas. And I'm thinking that if you would extend the dress, you can play with matching too, so it doesn't have to be rectangular. You can introduce shapes to it. If to critique image as is now, I would want to add that if you go in with bold, and that's what I think when I'm looking at, it's high contrast, blacks, whites, go bold all the way, because we have seen that heavy vignetting So those paper chains, I really had to guess what they are, and they kind of look muddy. So make them bold. Everything else is very high contrast. It's wow, boom. So make it all about that story. Also about her pose, she is very statuesque and very grounded, and yet she has like one hip is popped to one side, but it's not enough to make it intentional. So she kind of off little bit. So she's not really vertical. She's a little bit. So it's either very straight or it's really hip hopping. So like choose one way, because you're going for bold. Make bold. One thing that really would bother me, like if you would look at the eyes, they over whiten. The whites of the eyes over whiten so much that the eyes losing the the shape, because eyes is a sphere, and when you over brighten in the very inner corner of the eye, they become flat. That really bugs me.
Well, you got me on a whole nother level of stuff we need to do.
And we're taking it a layer deeper.
Oh, thank you so much. I would want to say when you're body forming or whatever, body contouring, with Liquify and Photoshop, you got to be careful not to do too much, because if you look at her left part of her torso where it goes underneath the arm, we lose the actual shape of the breast on the edge, even though it just looks like it's pulled in, and it looks like it's been curved in too much. It doesn't match the other side. Now, something that I always do when I have to do stuff like this, I have an anatomy book that I look, and so I look at body parts and what does that look like, what does that muscle look like, and that helps me when I got all these books there I reference all the time, and that helps me when I'm doing that body contouring, because sometimes our brain keeps thinking, oh, it needs to be thinner, and it really doesn't. And here's a prime example. If you look at the upper right arm versus the upper left arm is a lot thicker, and the other arm's been moved into where you almost lose the elbow. And you see the forearms bigger. So those are things that can be fixed really easy. And then tell me if this wouldn't work. Lips red, and that little bead necklace was red, and it had like maybe a couple coming down vertically just to lead your eye down that dress. That would make that thing sing with some red in it, wouldn't it?
Definitely the red lips. Definitely, gazillion%. Sorry, a little bit enthusiastic there.
I just want to say that you see how much we're discussing, in what depths. And I'm thinking about ballet lessons of my kids. And in ballet, when teacher picks on you, it means they see a lot of potential.
Yeah.
A lot of potential.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's like, they pick on me. Blah, 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 blah.
No.
So
it means we're getting excited.
Yeah, we're getting excited.
Yeah.
We, throwing ideas. So we're looking at tiniest details because we're so excited about the image. It's a wow image. And, for viewer, it's like, I'm uploading. Like, it's fantastic image. So that's why we really going in such depths.
Yeah.
So consider it a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you wouldn't be able to get this in a judging situation unless it not to this level.
No.
But that's what this is for. We're here to show you that you can break any barrier you want. And a lot of times people will stop short of where they want to go because of fear.
Yeah.
You cannot have any fear. If you have fear, use it as fuel. Just throw it to the wind and just go out there, because if you take a chance, it may not hit, but you learn something. If it does hit, it's going to be the best day of your life.
The more what we're doing here is just trying to open our brains and just share whatever we have to give with you. And you can take it and do with it whatever you will, but we're just giving everything. So everything we're seeing, we're not just trying to pick or be clever or show us that we know better. It's nothing to do with that. It's all out of our passion. Now, I was just sitting listening to you guys, and first of all, I was thinking, okay, this is a little bit of a bugbear of mine in that it's in the fashion category, but it's not really fashion, okay? Because fashion is all about clothes, and here we can't even really see the clothes very, very much. So, and there's a story because of the chains and the paper chains going out, and so therefore I'm like, I think this is in the wrong category. Having said that, it could still do very well in fashion in this competition. But the fashion category allows composites. If this could be done in camera, which it can, now we're talking. Now you got a chance, right? Because this is super cool. There's a story. There's you could easily do this with V flats. You could have the model standing on something with a long dress. You could. This could be done in camera, and it might have been done in camera. I don't know, but putting it in the portrait individual or one of those portrait categories where compositing isn't allowed, and emphasizing that story a little bit more, what I just think would give this a real chance. I adore this image. I love this. I've done something similar myself with the black V flats, and I just love it. So, yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Before they close.
Absolutely. I also need to just have a chat. Are you around for one more? Yeah, you're good. Okay, we'll do one more. Let's go. I'm coming. Here we go.
Stumble onto something that is extraordinary. You missed it, brother. Yeah, let's do it quick. All right. So, does this have a title, or it doesn't matter because it's it reminds me of like a little Alice in Wonderland little tea party. Just a little scaled down a little bit, less people attending. And this image is shot, it looks like to me, in a very editorial style. And a lot of photographers shoot that, which you really pump up the highlights. And it's a more high-key image in that, in that environment. And you got that little milky light, which is creating this like light flare in the background, which is what it would really look like. But you could bring those greens and just bring this down just a little bit and make those greens pop and have so much more depth. And then you bring a little bit more detail into those light whites and the creams and the pinks and then a little bit. I think this image could stand to do a little bit of creative vignetting, but not to where you could see the vignette, to where it just really blends into the image. Just the corners are all darkened, and it was going to bring you into the center a lot more. And I think the stories, the expressions are great. A great title would help it a lot. But we do need a little bit more editing, a little bit more detail. That little milky color on top is also kind of making the top of the hair, the contrast in the hair, a little flatter. And that hair should have a lot more highlight in it.
Well, I enjoy the connection, and I enjoy how the plants frame the subject from left and right. There's so beautiful, so lovely. You can make it stronger by removing something that is in a way. So you have bouquet going on up top, but you also see those vertical lines, the trees naturally. But you really can remove that in edit. It's just extra. So you can have that really beautiful framing go all the way. It'll help. And also the blanket on the grass down there, you can also extend it a little bit forward, so you kind of support that round shape that you have going on there. Also be careful about highlights. You kind of losing details in highlights, and I would want to see more dimensionality in the body, so maybe a little bit different lighting.
Well, the lighting here it looks like available light to me, and maybe there might be a little bit of a pop of a flash, but I don't really see it in there. I don't see any reflections of that. But I didn't look at the monitor because I'm judging what's in front of me. But is this printed with proper profile and paper?
Because I keep doing this, and you keep picking on every time. Okay, let me explain. because during these days, I've been testing you guys. So here and there, and you never know when, I have either printed with the wrong profile or I've applied an aggressive curve on the file. So not because I didn't want to respect the author and the print, but because I want everybody to grab the opportunity to see what can go wrong sometimes. And this is right. That's not exactly right, is it?
I didn't think so. Yeah. Yeah, because if you don't,
And the reason is that I simply whack up the brightness of the file, and that's the result.
And that's where I got that more editorial style where they do the real airy, really high, the highlights are really bright. But if you're not looking at the digital file, you're assuming this is what the maker intended, right? But you still got questions about it. Now, here is my 2 cents on, if you look at that image, everything that I just talked about is in that image right there. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's all together. Look at the blacks in the hair. Look at the background. Now, what Tatiana recommended, like taking out that vertical tree, it's not doing anything for the story. Take it out. But if you have a print that looks like that, and when people do their prints and their print doesn't look like this, they either got the wrong profile, the wrong paper, or their monitor's not calibrated properly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the judges are trained to look at the print. So really, I didn't even glance there, but when I see it, yes, these skin tones, gorgeous, really, and those details and highlights are there. Yeah. So yeah, I would still, the tree trunks and the blanket, consider that.
You could still do some improvements to this one here, but it's got all the elements. It's got connection. It's got story. It's got props. It's got everything. It's composed properly. It's framed properly. I think it'd be a great image.
So you see, guys, the reason why I'm constantly trying to trick my fellow judges is because you can tell that over 3 days now, you never miss one. Every time I've either done weird stuff on the file or apply the wrong profile or even mess up with the paper, you have always felt something was off. Like, wait a second. No, all of you. Which is more important because it means that all the judges that served here at the judging room and donated their time for free, as well as were judging at the Icon Awards, are so skilled and trained and an expert that you rest assured that if anything went wrong at some point of the workflow, they will see it for what it is. And the reason why, like I said, I have kind of sacrificed some files here and there, some pictures, but for the sake of the exercise, to show what happens or what can happen sometimes, okay? But trust these guys. And when they give you feedback and they say, okay, maybe the paper choice or maybe a less aggressive editing, they know what they're talking about. So learn to trust this feedback and use that and treasure the incredible wealth of knowledge that all of you are sharing with us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I got to get back over here, but you got Tony in the back.
And with that, we change our panel and we say thank you to Richard Sturdevant and to Tatiana Luminere for all the time that you have donated to the judging room and to our folks here. Thank you so much. Thank you. A big round of applause for these people.
I learned just as much. And I don't know if y'all know this, but we got Photographer of the Year for USA.
I did notice that.
We already get you up there to comment.
And we swap back with Sir Tony, Archbishop of Light, Lewis, straight from Australia. Yeah, well, just for a little while. Then Sarah probably will join you. Or me. I know you would prefer Sarah. I get it. But, will be Mayor. All right, then. So, go to the next picture. Justin? Just up the back. Is this yours?
Yes.
Come and see it.
I'm sorry. So I used to run like feedback sessions where I'd invite 5 photographers to my studio, and they'd all bring 5 prints, and I would advertise it as come along and get feedback on your prints. And they'd all come along with their prints and we put them up. But what they didn't know was that I would do what I'm about to do, and that is I'm now going to get you to critique your print. But there's a couple of rules. All right? And the first rule is you can't talk about anything that I can't see in that print. So you can't tell me that you had to stand on one leg for 43 minutes and hold your breath, and the camera battery was nearly running out, and there was a dog barking in the corner, and I don't want to know about that, because all I can judge is what's in front of me. So that's all you can talk about. Okay? Ready? All right, you critique this. So you're the judge, and you're going to start off with talk about what's the first thing that you noticed about the print. So you're going to close your eyes in a minute. When you open it, what's the first thing you see? What's the first impression? Because as a judge, when a print comes across in print comp, in that first 3 to 5 seconds, whatever impacts them the most is where they start their assessment. Then you're going to break it down into its strengths and weaknesses and how you could improve it, if it can be improved. And then you're going to finish up with what is the overall message or narrative or emotion that's coming out of that print, which may take you back to where you started. And a really well-crafted print, which these are crafted well, but a really well-constructed overall competition print, you'll end up back with the same impact as what you felt at the beginning, and which is congruent to what the message that the photographer wanted people to get is. So let's see how we go. First impressions, then you're going to break it down. Okay, here it is, go.
The man is in the zone.
That's right. First thing my eye goes to is the shoulder. Bright spot, so that's where the eye goes. For me, I like that because that's where the strength is. Goes up and down then. When constructing this, I was looking for that. So I feel like that's successful, at least. The geometry of it, the lines.
Talk to the maker, you're the judge.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. So the geometry is very strong, and seeing the shapes that are created through bodies, which is an organic shape, you get a lot of curves, but there is strong geometry through it. And then the eye goes to the color. Seeing that, I mean, there's a contrasting color with the blue and or the cyan and the yellow. So we see that difference in the two, but I'm looking at the highlights going across the bodies on the rim light side, because I see the other light first. So now I'm going to the other stuff, and then that red line going up and down, which is a different color. That's the impact that I got. The next stage was what?
You've almost gone into the story. Next stage, but
Okay.
What's the strengths? Where
The
do you
strengths.
think this image deserves to be awarded points? So, I'll just say this. So when we're talking about competition prints, the thing to remember is that it is an awards process. So you start off with hit the benchmark of a professional standard print. If you're trying to get to silver distinction, gold distinction, platinum, 100, 90, whatever it is, you need the judges to find reasons to award you points. Now, this is probably Tony's little soapbox moment. Judges who say, I can't take any more points off, assuming that it starts at 100, which I don't think is fair and it's not correct. No print starts at 100. They start at 0. We assume professional standard, you get to 50, 60, 70. Now, what have you brought to this that will allow me to give you points? Originality, level of craftsmanship, print quality, paper choice, color tone, narrative, aesthetic, emotional quality, innovation, individuality, uniqueness. What have you brought? What have you given me that I can say, I'm going to award you a couple of points for this, I'm going to award you more points for this, more points for this. That's what we want to see. So talk to me about where you think points should be awarded over and above what is expected of a standard professional practice.
When I took the image, and this is in the image.
You're the judge.
Okay, fair enough. Looking through the image of the maker, the connection between the two characters is one of the strengths, both physically and emotionally. There's emotion happening in the face. There's emotion happening in both their faces, not just one. So there is a connection. It's not just one person looking at the other in love or happiness or whatever might connect. And the reaction of her body to him isn't just a physicality. There's also that deeper connection that isn't just about, hey, physically we're touching, emotionally we're touching as well. And because of the aerialist nature, it's also a trust. So it's not just an emotional love. There's a behind the scenes thing happening between them. That's where I would give points, is that connection. If we go into weaknesses, I think there could be more clarity. I think I could see something saying, I'd like to see more of his face. I'd like to see more of her face. So even though the lighting is strong in terms of getting that contrast, if which I like contrasty things. So if you're somebody that likes contrasty things, having those breaks coming down his muscles, which is to me a strength, seeing all of those individual things with that rim light versus the broad light, the key light, there could be more that hits her in the face so that you could see more dynamics on her. Same thing with him, or trying to get a shot where maybe her arm comes a little bit more behind his jaw, which who knows if that's physically possible or not, but for the image, seeing that would be nice. And maybe more clarity in her outfit, because you lose her back a little bit to the curtain. So, or the starry background, or whatever this happens to be. And same thing with her hair, maybe a little bit more of that rim light coming on the other side to separate their heads out from the background.
So that's pretty much what I would have said, with maybe one addition. But that process, it's hard to assess your own work. But if you talk about it in the third person, you are the judge. Talk about the make. Even if you're at home talking with your partner or your friends, if you've got other photographer friends that you collaborate with sometimes, get together, bring 4 prints each, and sit and judge your own print, and then get others to add to it. But talk about it as a judge, so that you're seeing it through someone else's eyes. There's a term for it, which we won't go into. It's called perceptual positioning yourself from a different perspective. Then you start to see what judges will see, and you'll actually sound weird, but you'll start to channel what have you watched judging much? Yeah, so you've watched all this judging. It's a bit like AI. Your brain has been observing all of this information, and then when you sit there and position yourself as the judge, not the maker, you channel what other judges would be thinking, and all of a sudden your brain's going, okay, we're not the maker, we're the judge now. So we'll go, here's what we've collected data, how they look at images and prints, here's what they're finding. Everything you said is what I was looking for you to say, and agree with you, her front arm, if that elbow could just be a little different, she'd have to pull herself up a bit higher, we'd see more of his face, we'd probably get an increased bicep though. So somewhere in the middle is a compromise. So how do we bring more attention to the face? Yes, there's maybe a little more detail in the shadows on her eyes, a slightly more fill on her face. But there's another thing you could have done. A very, very subtle colour shift on the faces. So think of it like almost a warmish light hitting her face and his face, but subtle. Because our eye this is a very cold colour palette. If there was a slight warmth over that blue, so it might even still be seen as cold, but it's warmer than the rest of the body, the other skin tones, it will draw our attention to that, and the warmth translate as an emotional message. Warmth, if you think about portrait photography, if you do a family portrait, a portrait of a child, it will sell better if it has a slightly warm colour palette than a neutral one, because warmth in a print translates to warmth in feeling and heart. So if you're trying to highlight the connection between these two and the trust, that would be something you could do, which would be very subtle, that you might not notice it, but when you turn it on and off as a layer, you'll go, okay, it's there. Yeah. And subliminally, judges will get that, and they'll see it and think, there's a connection here. Some might pick up, there's a slight warmth between them. But you've got to be very careful, because if you go too much, it'll make the rest of the bodies look almost sickly. So it's just play with that idea of a slight shift to bring attention to it. But everything else was right. How'd you find that? How'd you find you judging?
Oh, I mean, excellent. That's what I like to learn. So that's the important part.
So hopefully by doing the judging, you've realised now how much you have learnt. So it's just that mind shift. When you're looking at your own work, sit there and talk as if you're the judge, and use the word the maker, even though it's your print and you're talking to your partner or whatever. You know, I wish the maker had done this and done that, because you now know what to do to improve it.
I've done that thing before that they say, you turn it upside down and look at it, which is, it's good, but it still doesn't get the impression that the judges are going to see. That's more structural, I find. But like when you're getting that impression, that impact part, that's a lot harder to do myself. So I like that perceptual what was it?
Perceptual positioning.
Positioning.
So you position yourself from a different perspective.
Beautiful. Amazing.
I'm really enjoying your comment as well as yours because of the exercise. So I know that it's hard, but the moment you said about the color, so the warm color on their faces, I was giggling because that's exactly how a painter, for instance, that has the full control, of any detail, would have probably done to create a sort of, to draw our attention even more to their faces. Because, in my opinion, this is a stunning picture. It's really complicated. It's really, to take it, it's really complicated. I saw Sarah taking performance. Wow. It's a whole, different level of technicalities and stuff. My only 2 cents, though, on top of the warm light on their face, by the way, take a step backward. The color palette, the color grading. So these are lights that were there on the theater, on the scene.
It was actually a more natural color. So
Okay.
This is my color shift, but I did shift it through the hue. So it's kept proportionate.
Yeah.
But it felt like a performance. It was a private shoot. It was just us, not during a performance.
Okay.
But it felt like a performance, which after talking to some people, decided to shift it to a different color palette because that cyan and yellow felt more like a night sky, which felt into that background.
Yeah.
The curtain.
Okay. Yeah.
It's actually the WOW Theater right here at the Rio.
Okay.
So,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I get
the
that.
performers.
I would have probably done, if I were the maker or the painter, I would have probably tried to have a warmer halo in their face, as well as the red on the string.
You getting the red warmer?
Yeah,
Okay.
a warmer red. Why is that? Because it would have been a geometrical blade cutting the composition, and it would have drawn even more attention to the geometrical quality in it that you were clearly, keenly looking for.
Yeah.
And the last bit that I would say, because it's an aerial performance, maybe adding more negative space below, it would have created this tension, this feeling of the void underneath the performers. And that probably would have had a little bit of horsepower to an incredible picture. I love this. Printed on Baryta because your photography pushes me to the limit, and I have to go very often, more often than not, to the Baryta to create, to get the poppy, the gamut, the black, and the whites that I need. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it Caravaggio? Just think Caravaggio. With the skin tones and the blues and So look up some of the artists, and this guy here would be a great person to ask. But you look up the artists who painted people's portraits and how they use cyans and blues and shadows, and they use yellows and oranges and reds and highlights, just to see how you can create dimension and shape, and particularly when you're talking about muscular shapes and things like that, because the cyan in the shadows, a warmth in the highlights, you'd probably extend the volume and the three-dimensionality of it just a little bit, rather than have the cyan cutting across both highlight and shadow. But there's subtle shifts, and what a lot of people don't realise is a lot of the judging is done instinctively and gut, and a lot of that gut and instinct response comes from subliminal understanding and unconscious thinking, not what's obvious. It's things that you don't see until you turn them off if you're looking at the layers, and you go, oh, there is a difference. I do prefer that, and it might be subtle. You don't want it to be slapped you in the face. But yeah, look up Caravaggio. Even Rembrandt would be a good one to look at. Yeah, Caravaggio is the one. Michelangelo, yeah, but Caravaggio is the one.
A little bit more bolder in that respect.
Yeah.
He was the death, the Judith killing, what's his name, right? Beheading? Or was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Look it up.
Yeah.
And the reason why, again, Tony, I told you RGP Shop of Light. You know why the cyan on the skin tone came from the Renaissance? Because the technique was the so-called verdicchio. So the body shapes were painted greenish in the first layer, and then they were adding the warmer layer on top. And that would have created the three-dimensionality, the volumes that he was mentioning too. So, Tony, just for this, we should pay 10 grand ticket, each of us.
Masterclass.
Masterclass.
Excellent. well done.
Thank you very much.
I could take like 3 days. Oh no, I just took 2 days. Okay, I can take another extra 2 days to talk about this.
Oh yeah.
I'll stay.
Thank you.
Enjoyed your conference? Been good?
Yeah, it's tiring. I'm ready for it to be. I need to sleep from.
People were, I've got 40 hours of travel to get home because I'm in Australia.
Well, I hope you sleep till tonight.
That's the benefit of 40 hours of travel. Like if it was 2 hours, I'd get home and I'd be still tired. I'd have to do things. Whereas now, by the time I get home, I've had a few sleeps, watched a few movies, chilled out.
Oh, well, take care of your kids. I love you, but
You're going to get to go first, Tatiana.
Wait a second. I gotta say, Tony, now with perceptive positioning, that is wow. I mean, it really shifts perspective, because you cannot judge your own work. But now, watch me.
Well, just while you're looking on that with the perceptual positioning thing, when you use your language to shift, as you talk as if you're and you talk about the maker, you do shift yourself subconsciously to that position outside of yourself, and it does make a difference. It really does.
Yeah, it totally makes a difference. I tried it, in my mind, and it's wow, Tony, you empower people always, and it is incredible. Thank you. So, image in front of us. Couple, connection, and also disconnection. And I wonder if this connection in composition is on purpose, because, I would want kind of move left. They kind of, unbalanced to the left. We have a lot of shadows on the right. But also it's not enough to be a negative space. We need a little bit more. So I want about intent. So it's kind of in the middle. And I was saying before, you choose your stories with it, make it bold and, in your face. They kind of connected, but also disconnected. He's looking down, she's looking at us. It's very interesting. It tells a story. So yeah, it's something that you want to look more and more. But with that more, I want to see more details in the shadows. Because the shadows don't let me to see more. Also watch the skin tone. The skin tone. We see a lot of magenta in the skin tone. I would want to see more, orangey yellow hues.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. There's a few things I'd add. I think it's obvious. Well, you sort of alluded to the shadows on the right. I think it's just the lighting's a little harsh for a couple's portrait. Strong, high to our left or to the couple's right. And I think you obviously need a little bit more fill on this side and maybe a softer light source, because it feels like the light source itself might be a little bit hard, so we're getting hard shadows. The gentleman at the front is sitting, for a gentleman, he's sort of sitting like crunched in. He's slouching, he's like sliding in, and he's crunched his shoulders and his neck. I'd like to see him up a little bit more upright. And his front hand looks almost opposites to the look on his face. Like he looks like this fairly rugged guy. The t-shirt's Harley Davidson, and then he's got quite an effeminate posing with his hand. So we kind of want more congruency with the posing. So you've got to pay attention to these things. I'm not saying he might identify in a way that's happy for him, but I think as we look at it, there's an incongruity. Incongruity? That's the word. Incongruous. There's an incongruous presentation in terms of the way that wrist is. Her hand, okay, the four fingers the way they are, maybe pull them back a little bit, and she's projecting this older bikey chick type feel, and it's quite congruent, but he's kind of got mixed messages. So softening the light a little. Now I assume that because they look like they're into bikes and maybe a bit more of a rugged type of lifestyle, they don't necessarily want it to be a soft pastel portrait. I get that, but when it's this hard, where we see the height of that light, the shadows under her eyes, the lines under her eyes, the shadows are just not flattering at all, and you can do this sort of portrait in a stronger way. I'd also like to see it in black and white. I think it probably would have a greater strength in black and white, which the amazing magician Sarah will probably do in a minute. We'll get a chance just to see it, because, yeah, see, for me that probably works better with the harder light, but also definitely softer light. So if you can just pull the contrast back a little bit, open up the shadows, we'll get a little bit of a feel what a softer light might do for this image, and it just becomes a little bit more appealing and a little bit more congruent. So yeah, they were the sort of things that were bumping out for me on top of what you talked about. Yeah, do the next one.
Just added a little bit of background spotlight there.
Yeah, that's a softer portrait, but again, bringing him forward, his left arm's also. Yeah, just saying his left arm, you know, when you look at it, it still feels disproportionate to the body because he's sunk right back into his chair, and he needs to pull that left arm back a little bit and sit forward a little bit more and upright, and I think we'd get more of a stature in the pose that is complementary to the character. Does that make sense?
I'm loving the black and white now.
Yeah, I think it suits the image, doesn't it?
I just need to hunt and find the right file.
I'll do a little bit. I'll do like a first impression and you can break it down. I really like this picture, and I don't often use the words up front. I like to get into it, but my first impression was this is really drawing me in. I like the narrative is not difficult to find. You look at the marks on her back and the little angel rings, and you sort of say, okay, I can see what this is about. And then I can draw various diversions from that narrative. Is she an angel, a fallen angel? Is she a good girl turned bad, and her angel wings have been ripped off because she's been a bad girl or whatever? The two things I'd probably say to strengthen the outcome for an award print for me would be the bottom half, the shadow is just a little too heavy compared to the highlight at the back top. So I feel like I'm being forced out of the image and up through the top. Now, is that part of the narrative? Is it about light from above trying to rescue or save this poor soul or whatever? I don't know. I'd like to see a little more detail in the bottom, just a little, and a little less at the top. But the expression on her face, while it's good, I'd love for the maker to spend a little more time just really trying different expressions to find an expression that was as powerful as the hands. Now, the gesture in the hands, the sort of stiffness and grittiness and the way she's tearing into herself is so strong and so aggressive, but it's not matched by the expression. And I'd like to see the expression match that, because the narrative and the concept are really, really cool. And I love the color palette, the way that pulls us into that sort of genre.
What a wonderful comments. It's a wow image for me. Really tells the story. Ripped wings, that agony in the hands. It looks like it's almost someone else's hands. I agree with you that facial expression needs to carry that story all the way. The body, the hands, the wings, all of that is one story. Above the neck, we have totally different story. So it's still strong silver for me, and I would consider go even higher, depending on the, it's really strong work. Also, I wonder about the background. Look at the smoothness of her back, that beautiful edit, and then the background, it has a lot of texture, and it might be that strong, little bit too strong, so it kind of competes with the subject. So my eyes kind of go, beautiful subject, all that story, and the texture in the backdrop. So maybe a little bit less loud backdrop texture.
I agree with that.
Fantastic comments. Thank you.
Is that anybody's here?
And this is called Good Boy.
It's a wow image. Initial impact is so strong. It looks like a book cover. I love that heart shape with roses, and yet the color choice, the reds and blues together, psychologically, they create that uncomfort. And I love that about this image. I would want to see more in the shadows. I would want to see much more. And also I wonder about her expression, because the title suggests one thing, and that yet she looks at him so lovingly. So I'm not quite sure about the title, if it really, plays with that image. What do you think?
Yeah, look, I must be honest, I listen to titles, and if they don't work for the picture for me, then I pretty much disregard it and just judge the photo. That's just me. If it works for it sometimes, I'll look for ways to tie it in, but I still like to just judge that, because I've always felt like I don't want to judge the quality or the ability of a photographer to find the right title for their print, because we're not all great with words. That's why we take pictures. But I hear what you say. When you do take that title into account, does it work? So, a couple of things. Again, the overall colour palette works really well for me. Be very careful with your shadow details. There's some areas there with that blue-black in the bottom half of his clothing, and over here. It's just starting to flatten out, where it becomes a space that is just this constant tone, and that becomes a distraction and a competition for other parts of the image. The highlight on her hair, where we got the top of her hair and the bottom of the flip, or whatever you girls call it at the bottom, I'd like to see that highlight maybe extend a little bit more rather than just be a patch at the top and a patch at the bottom. Her arms, I would like to see the wrists with a little more bend, because both arms and wrists are perfectly straight, and that lengthens her arm, which is great, but I feel like that left arm at the back holding up his chin, just a little bit more bend would make it a little more elegant, because everything about her is about elegance. The wrist at front is a little heavy-handed on her own knee, just the way it's placed there like that. So again, a way to bend her wrist, pull it back in a little bit, and tap her fingers on it. That might just add another layer of grace and elegance to her gesture. Yep, I agree with you. Maybe a tad more detail in the shadows would help, but then again, maybe that's the intent, as you suggested, that it's meant to be about the demons and things like that. So the heart shape of the wreath works really well. The narrative is a simple narrative. And again, like most of these things, we spend a lot of time getting the lighting right and the posing and putting people into place. Putting a bit more time into getting people's expressions right means you might have to take a few, but think about what are they thinking about when you take the picture. And sometimes when we've got this set up, there's so much going on as the photographer that we're worried about the lights and the shutter speeds and apertures and the props and all of that, and we forget to help them get into the right space, because we need to remember that the split second we press the trigger, which can be 500th of a second, 60th of a second, whatever it is, that's the only moment in time that matters when we look at the expression, and the expression in that moment is an outward sign of what someone's thinking about. And that's why when you take a portrait of somebody and you say, don't be nervous, they're thinking about nerves, their face reflects their thoughts about nerves. And if they're happy, then their face will reflect that. Photographing children, for instance, children are the most honest subjects of all. If they're not happy, it'll show. If they're happy, it'll show. And that's why it's easier to get genuine joy out of a child than it is out of maybe an adult. The hardest people to photograph for a family portrait are models, because you got to get past the modeling mask. So here, working with people to have them live in that space and that moment, so the expression is a reflection of the feeling that you're trying to get, that will help transport this picture to another level.
Great comments. The photographer was here. Explained there was some different pictures from the same series, and it is actually a book. That it's characters from a book. So when you said it looks like a book cover, I think she'd be delighted.
Yeah, absolutely. Well picked too. That was make a great book cover.
I want to add 2 tiny comments. So since I'm assuming her food on his lap is meaningful, considering the title the creator chosen, it's just too busy of the area. If you're going to recreate the image with different facial expression, as Tony suggested, also consider making that area where her foot is less busy and separated from his body, so we really see it much more clear. Also, post-production. Look at the highlights in the roses. This is something that you can control in post-production. Also, pay attention to area here. The shapes, do they need to be here? Because they pull my eye away and out of the frame. So it's really, tiny things in post-production that, for consideration.
Thank you. And this is called Addiction. And the category is Creative Portrait Group.
That's really unsettling image, and that's what makes it powerful. My heart now beats faster now, because what a story. It's really, affects you. So impact is wow. I applaud the beautiful. There's a lot going on. Couple things. Now what will elevate this image? The shadow figure up top. I would want to see a little bit more separation from the background, because it kind of lost there a little bit. And hand posing of the children in the bottom fourth of the image. They don't really carry the same intensity as posing of children higher. But wow, what an image.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add because it does everything for you. The printing is fantastic, because printing that sort of detail into the blacks requires master printing, so hats off to whoever printed it, which I think was Dario. But that also requires a quality file, and I'm sure Sarah will pull up a histogram in a minute and show you that the blacks are where they should. Well, there she goes already. So the blacks are right where they need to be. So you've got that beautiful detail in the blacks. Yep, I think you're right, particularly on the right-hand side, our right, the figures left. A little bit more separation maybe would help that. Again, the only real major thing, or not major, but anything of real interest or strength that could help this picture for me, and it just requires just trying different things, and that is the gestures of the figures below, because it's like an image you look at and you go, technically, it's been really well crafted. Compositionally, it's really well balanced. Conceptually, it's a great idea. So all of these things are there, and you think, well, why wouldn't you give it 100? And what's missing is that sort of intrinsic, subliminal feeling that you want to get out of this. So I look at it and I can stay objective. I'm not getting emotionally like torn, but the concept and the subject matter is something that could tear you. And so how do we do that? We do that through expression and body gesture. And I'm not sure that there's a specific move this wrist or change this hand, but it's almost like when you're directing these shoots, directing these shoots, that you discuss the concept, discuss the theory and the idea behind it more with your actors, if you like, or your models, so that they live that part. And that's not easy for anyone to do. And that's why when you look at cinema, why do we pay people $20 million to act at the highest level? Because they can just evoke and present an emotional quality that you just don't get out of everybody. And that, as photographers, we start off, we get the right gear, we learn the basics, we learn how to light, to pose, to compose, we learn then how to edit, we learn how to frame. The real juice is how do you direct, and how do you get, whether it's actors, models, a family, how do you get people to just come out of themselves and show you what's on the inside? This is going a long way towards it, with maybe a little bit more distance to go to get it to a gold distinction or something, but a really strong image otherwise.
I also want author to consider black matting. I think it really can make it dark and gloomy, very uncomfortable, like this. And it really complements the image. Love it.
What would I score this? I would probably score this around an 85-ish. Like, I'd like to see it presented in a matte. It's easier to, but I think for me it's about an 85. It's above standard professional practice. It's an award print, but that emotional pull, that the concept and the ideas in it are starting to talk about. I want to feel it as well, and I don't feel it. I see it. I see the concept. I see the idea, but this should scare the shit out of me, excuse my Australian. It doesn't scare the crap out of me, but I sense what it's about, and technically it's been done really well. And for a lot of photographers, that's the next plateau, or the next sort of cliff, is you go up and you get to this point where you've got all the technical side, everything's right. Now it's about digging in and getting the emotional pull. And to do that, it's not all about the subject, it's about you. It's about you becoming vulnerable, you becoming able to dig in and find those things inside you, and they project onto your picture. Because every picture has an element that is the photographer. So show us some of the photographer.
And I want to say kudos to author for making this story clear. I am reacting to this story, and I agree that more expression, more body language would really make it to the next level.
And the next one is Creative Portrait. She Who Reigns.
Is this a reference to Marie Antoinette or something? Let them eat cake. So as a first impressions, for me, I find that front right shoulder is just a little too pushed forward. It's creating this distortion and a shadow, which is it feels uncomfortable. I don't necessarily not like the idea of it coming forward and showing attitude, but the way the lighting is causing that deep shadow just feels almost like the arm is disjointed, or not even, it's almost separated from there. Just watch your highlights a little bit, because the top of the hair, the sort of hairdo up here, that's kind of a little bit, I just take that down a fraction, which brings attention back to the face, and just watch the highlight on that shoulder because it's competing, as I said, but it's more about the shadow there. I'd like a little more detail out of the jewellery and just a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for, spark out of the dress. It just looks a little flat for me. But this is more down your lane, so I'm going to let you break this one down a little bit further.
Thank you, Tony. I mean, initial impact is there. Look at this styling. Oh my God. How long did it take to make that hairpiece? When I look longer at the image, it starts to break apart because it kind of brings me all the conflicting pieces of information. Look at the flowy skirt. Love the soft line, love the editing. And then go higher. The pose, her hands, the fingers, they really, in a quite masculine way, show. So they kind of already starts breaking. And then all the details in the corset, beautiful by itself, but clashing with the skirt. We're going higher, and that flirty shoulder, and yet very strong hands. And going even higher, she looks kind of away from the frame. Her face is, the skin tone is kind of not cohesive with the body. So what's going on there? What is the picture about? Is it about strength? Okay. Conveyed in her face, conveyed in her hands. And as far as, choice going soft or showing us all the details, make a choice and stick with it. Go all the way. That arch around her, it's sort of blurry. So if you go in with details like we see in her hair and her corset and her jewelry, make a line. Make it, more in your face. So really, pick a direction and go with it. So it gives me a lot of conflicting information. It is a strong professional work. And I applaud the creativity and the styling and, keep playing. It's so beautiful. Just make it, with about one story, one direction.
I'll just quickly add, based on some of the comments I gave previously, this one, we do have that strength of gesture, and there is a believability, I find. The eye's looking off, but there's a commitment to the expression. There's a commitment to what the concept about. So it's just the technical balance of the image and the finessing of the lighting and things I think would make the difference.
Tatiana, can I ask you a question? Before you were kind of doing something with your hand, were you kind of road testing the posing?
Yes, with posing models, and try to make your model bend wrists a little bit more, and maybe go in. Kind of make hands slide from up and down, so they more natural. So not
Tatiana, darling, turn around so the camera can see you. This is just too good to miss.
The hand just not grabbing the waist, but there is a possibility, and I don't see myself, so don't judge it, please.
It's good, it's good, it's good.
So you're kind of sliding from up and down, so that kind of helps fingers and hands to be more in natural position. So kind of settle the pose with emotion.
Yeah. So amazing, fantastic. Thank you, Tatiana. Put you on the spot there. Sorry, but I was doing the same because my biggest issue with this is the hands and maybe the nails are a choice. It's like the modern with the Marie Antoinette feel that that's fine, but just. You can then really get the attitude, but keeping the hand posed. And it is hard, I get it, it's hard. But then you can really, because this image is about femininity and grace and attitude. We've got the attitude, but then we're losing the femininity and grace just with those hands. It's just that little tiny detail.
Coming tonight as a double act for both.
Tatiana, we need to do a posing masterclass. How about it? Yeah.
Is the maker of this in the room? Is that yours? That's stunning. Seriously, I love that. One of the first you ever taken. Wow. I mean, the detail in the blacks is incredible. Could you pull a little more out of it? You could play around with printing, find a decent printer. No, it's printed beautifully. The color tones in the face are just, it's so believable, and you've managed to capture an emotional quality. Like, it's not many portraits of models that move me a little bit, and that one moves me. There's something about her eyes. I think there's maybe just a little bit of room to bring out a little bit more in the eyes, but don't go overboard. Just a little bit more, because it does tend to pull us down to the cheeks, and particularly with the makeup pulling us down. But if you could just put a tiny bit more into the eyes, but don't overdo it, because you've captured a feeling really well. But those blacks are sublime, absolutely sublime. Tatiana, could you grab the black mat and do your little trick? I don't know whether it would help, but even so, like, if you printed it on a really warm paper, what paper is this on?
This is
Arch, yeah. So, yeah, see, with that black mat, or even the smallest key line, and even a little trick you can do is that's your image, print a border, a warmish border, and then expose that warmish border. It looks like it's the matte or a double matte, but it's not. So you might print it at, say, 96 value, you know what I mean? Like, so it's warmish. So it's what you want is, you don't want it to be so stark against the face, the skin tones. But if it's just a little warmer than skin tones, so the skin tones come out. But that is a really, really beautiful portrait. Whoever's it is, have they got it? Have they got a picture of this on the wall? Oh yeah. Yeah. Good. It's your daughter. Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
One second.
I don't often not have a lot to say about pictures, but this is one that I just like to enjoy. And if I was scoring this, look, I think, and Tatiana might even talk about just the cropping, just the in the frame. I think it's almost perfect, but I'd play around with a little bit. But if this was a picture I looked at as a judge, I'd be going into gold. I think this is a gold image. Like, it's just, congratulations.
You can critique it too.
It's really wow image, so and I love the details. I wonder, with all that beautiful post-production of the face, if you would add more dimensionality in the hair to complement the face, it might pop more. But it's really nitpicking, because it's such a wow image. So it just, I love it. I also want to ask you, Tony, to really study, like, learn from you. What do you think about composition? Like, I'm usually not a fan of putting the eyes in the middle. It rarely works, but here I think it might.
It's just out of fraction. But the hat, it requires. I just would like to see. I'd just like to see the face a tiny bit more this way. I feel like there's just a little bit too much here, but I don't want you to crop the hat, so I don't know how you accommodate that. Yeah, you might have to. One way to do it would be to add a little bit over here, which then moves the head across rather than cropping from this side. Just add a little bit more over there, like that. But sorry.
What about a bit sloping here? I'm not sure. So a bit lower.
But my problem for that is it just don't want to miss the hat. So you can come in a little bit.
They're gone.
Yeah. Well, I'm a guy who goes to millimeters, and you've got at least 2 mil on this side you could come in, and that'll just shift the balance of fraction this way.
Yeah, we're talking micro refinements to get you up to a gold distinction there.
But that is the difference.
So we need to. Congratulations! I wish I'd taken this. It's gorgeous, beautiful. We need to wrap it up there. They're starting to pack everything up, and I know we would sit here at midnight, but we really have to go. I just want to say thank you to Tatiana and Tony for doing this. Thank you all for coming and sitting and watching us, and thank you, Dario, for printing. Thank you, Cancel Infinity, for giving us all of this amazing paper to print on.
Absolutely.
BenQ for the monitor, and Canon for the printer, Imagine for wiring us up to the internet, WPPI for giving us the space, Jerry and Melissa for inviting us and allowing us and supporting us. So, thank you very much.
Well, I'm just going to echo what Jerry said yesterday, that you two are a gift to the industry. He said it all yesterday. I can't do it better. But you really are. What you've brought and what you do that complements Icon Awards, what you do that complements the Icon Awards is so valued, and I hope this grows to become bigger and bigger. You should end up with a room with 500 people, because it truly is a better seminar than going to see Jerry Gionis. Maybe
He's right behind me.
Maybe a little more respectful and polite.
Wait, I need another chairperson next year. Can you help me out there?
Of course.
But thank you. It's a
thank
privilege.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I've got to just say, that's the best portrait I've seen all week. Seriously,
Goodbye, everybody. We are signing out.